Maybe new setup. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a few minutes before we get started. I don't want to get started and have that happen again. If it does this another time, then I'm going to use this device to go live. So that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, huh? That'd be interesting. Hey, we're just gonna wait a few moments, make sure the stream is going smooth. And I'm thinking about, because I can do a simultaneous broadcast on YouTube on two different channels, because right now I'm on the shorts. That would be interesting. Things happen. It can happen, not for an error, not because we're doing something, but perhaps because we're forgetting something, or we need to add something into the mix. Mm. Let me try something today I haven't tried before. Alright, video still going smooth. We still got that going. Boom, boom. And so we're actually live on two YouTube channels right now. See if we can get that set. So this morning, what we're going to be doing is what I like to call a jam. essentially we're going to be going over a series of mantras. Something like that. Let's see how that works. All right. Boom, boom. We're going to work on a better video setup in the future for the secondary screen. Ooh. Oh. Hey, differently created, if you're here, make sure and give me a buzz or something here. Let me know you're here. Hopefully differently created comes back. The blessing we're going over this morning is going to bless the entire world. Anybody in a crappy situation gonna get God's eye on the situation and bring some divine law and order into it. That's one thing I found that an enemy, a true enemy, will do is that they will quite literally close you off from having any friends. They'll close you off from being able to have assistance from others. They'll say, no, I'm the only one. There's no one else to look at. And in my journeys, I have found that that is quite the opposite. There's a lot of allies, there's a lot of guys, there's a lot of loved ones out there in the world. What's up, Forsaken Kings? I'm waiting for Differently Created. I got this jam kind of prepped up for him, but to expound out to the world, so waiting on him to join up and see how that rolls here, or just waiting for him to come back. He was here a couple times. Like where I buy it. Is that a promise? Oh. Alright, so I'm gonna give it, I'm gonna give Differently Created a few more minutes, maybe 5 more minutes. And we're gonna get started because the energy is gonna be sent out to him specifically. I had this inclination last night about doing readings for people, and generally speaking, it's live, it's in person, it's something that I do on that regard, on that level of things. And last night it got through my head to where once I make contact with somebody, the soul, the energy is linked, the quantum dynamics are entangled. And so there's an effect, there's always the effect that whatever I'm updating myself with, I'm sending that out. And if I'm consciously aware of somebody, well, then that connection, that's happening. But hopefully he jumps back on here. Waiting for Differently Created. Um, oh, let's see here. This morning we're going to be going over ancient languages, Sanskrit, uh, Egyptian, ancient Kemetic, Japanese, and a few others in there. I think there's some Latin in there as well. To honor the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, essentially all the planets, the Earth, the stars, the sun, the moon, opening gates, allowing spirits to travel, souls to do what they need to do. Some real world magic. I'm gonna give it 3 more minutes and 10 seconds. I'm waiting for somebody to jump on here, and hopefully they do, and that'll be pretty groovy. I think I know exactly why that was happening. Oh, sweet little bro. He's got his stones ready. So the energy we're working today, a great reminder to throw out to people. If you happen to have lapis lazuli or quartz crystal, perhaps both, this energy that I'm going to be sending out, resonating, the mantras, so forth and so on, uh, this energy can literally be captured while the stone is within your own hand. The resonance is what your body feels, hears, your soul, your subconscious, your inner knowing is greatly aware of these ancient words, and literally that energy can be stored and saved within a stone. Ha ha ha, boom, you got your lapis lazuli. And we'll be doing this on a regular basis, so just in case Differently Created doesn't show up or we don't catch them until tomorrow, this is going to be rolling out on the regular, at least for now. I know how that is. Yeah, waking people up, trying to dig stuff out. All right. If you have other stones, they will equally capture the energy Lapis lazuli is most effective if you're walking into a courtroom or something where there's something official going on. Lapis lazuli has some key components of which the information that I read, it will actually, that power will resonate loudly. Not that any other stone won't, but that one's just. But you could use any stone to essentially capture a snapshot, this energy, this resonance. And so, uh, without explanation, you hold the stone in the hand. The heat from your hand, as I'm reading, naturally is going to heat the stone up. The vibration you're hearing is coursing through, so naturally that's what the stone becomes. And especially if you have two stones, if you have a quartz and then a denser stone, a stone that's more dense, um, granite or whatnot, the quartz captures the memory quickly. The granite or the harder stone, it takes longer for the information to get into it. So while you're holding them both, at the end, when you put these stones together, they resonate and harmonize as one. And this is a combination of the divine energy, divine connection from the ancients from all over the world, legitimately, to your own resonance going within it. Yes, definitely created is here. Yes. I went over giving an explanation for 2 minutes waiting. I was waiting for you, but I forgot about you. And you're just talking on what I was going on, and you're here, so we could get started. I'm gonna stretch because that's good for. Anyways, give me a moment. I'm just gonna stretch, and then we're gonna get started. Okay, so if you want to take the most advantage out of this, essentially all you got to do is close your eyes. That's all you got to do. If you have a couple of stones, one or two, hold them in the hands. Just be comfortable. Um, the soul knows what to do. You're an astral pilot, whether you realize it or not. You have dreams when you sleep at night. Your soul knows what to do in those kind of spaces, even though you haven't trained it. The soul was around much longer than the flesh came into being. And that's something for us to remember. circle now we conjure thee, that thou may a boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bas and cause, having their onks. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwen Bael, fight the blight that be darkened night in our right. Zekia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zidingat Kampa, Zidingat Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Rino Zisekyo wasn't Putura, the head Hirusha and Zuserugai got a Kutijin, was Mahapratuki was set patos, I bid it to who deep shocking sent Sodom. On Bashamataya Sawagum Bashamanataya Zvar, Nunanina no Nuranina Nuranino Nonaran, Dumva Monshang Shong, Onishanai, Tariasawagam Mishanaya Yantraya Zvaha, Engon Bambindung. Onde trabalha no sovaco, onde traje e atrás para nas varra, rurarira, kringontoning trong, chong kring kong, hong chong shing shong, on haya bishamantaya sovaco, haya bashamanataya svaha, rimon kong kong, unamakusana maram, namahasamata vashanam ham. Hang on, cranking kung unang anay maya suwakong manayaya maya svaha e we shring on kong on hirokishana karai by suwakom shito he chanduga jivate svaha nunanina nunamenina naf hang on pumping prong on shirichi pataya suwakom shija ibara tayas vaha. Humong granging glung, unapasha no, so wakumana macardi, buba bebo bear, bort bear, bork, bo baby bo bear, ongamen. Renosi secure was some tour, the head Hirusha and Zuzeru, Kori Putigini was Maha Toratuki, the set of doors, I be the two, Shokins and Asaramen. Para shukushu baruru kilma kabol mamu la bo pogogena rabo bolu galana batiku sharu bakstan ba saru bapriku belulu mashan abu paduni yugine kampan belulu kugolo ka igar padi shukila kabo kilma mashe gores luma papo marupa ragezi kuki makampra namru pakalamu yukine kibilanu sashu mashanana saru lim parmanatu sisi mashinana runa armangi tumutuku rataki kilukulu sidur Finman kai college kornene ke korne beru dia ke geri nam tela ku panu tuku ka ku mas sana sagari mas shadu mala pa ka dag lu ka dor marata kor bol moru tuku ra koros sarulu pan maskim tutu teri kukim lugatan mankia parun tuku nada lugatan mankia panu apishu sarulu imunan panat hatu zare masagara nu zulumana tar bo gipil palai na tarmadu daga tuku mas sore masana gor so gori masaro so serape Aparikubar para Zuzukanpa, Lugalap the Borani Bor, at Kingubaradimu Waru Kakuramu Minuan Kashti. We are also Novras whom is found perfect before the Netanumid of Kamel Shinyu. We have said, these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. and the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Novus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanum of Kamiyosh in you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliator with the eternal Nathanum of Kamiyosh. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies, on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabol, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebartashar, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jejetu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As to Hooty Samakaro, Asaror Keftakar Puyen Albo, and in Arit Sotsabo, Rupuan Hertem to Kefranu Nebat Sharkar Puyen Soho, Jerem Jed to Nishrat and Tefmut Netaritam to Hurti, to Armatu Netarpaya Barni to Abarni to. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released to connect with our power in deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemetonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Aronofris will confirm. Lady Allset and Nev Sar Api shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Likim Linush Kiri Listaxora Pertu Marti Kuri Turni Ishlevi Alua Mesheri and Mesharilu Sayansi Yamiela or Ratao to Mujirisha. Isaya Isaya Riega Riega Biasha Biasha Jerica Jerica Tupiera Laka Isaya or Riega Limutu Kigu no Kimakutri Viti Shami Ina Zumria Isaya Ina Zumria Riega Ina Zumria Biesha Ina Zumria Zirica Ina Zumria Pira Ina Zumria Laka Ina Zumria Latara Ina Zumria Taxi Ina Zumria Latacaruba Ina Zumria Tatasanika in Isha Mash Kaptulu Tamatunu Nish and ki bergi mori lu tamatununi ish marduk mashmash lani lu tamatununi ish kishpar kami kunu lu tamatununi nazum rialu yuta prasama ya tuna en I bar nani ba perik ba agabor ba agabaez ba perik benanim nani ba tunen ya korbor ya ring ba egara erim ba egora ki yak sakaki ki zakte uti ki asaru ki ketulu ya Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Fatva Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vaim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Fatva Om Shrim Hrim 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 Im Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Fatva Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Im Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Fatva Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Im Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Fatva Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Im Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Fatva Om Hrim 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 Im Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Fatva Anushu Bangi Gapsuki Shariki Gagoshagi Sisharamara Yadin Guru Kalamas Nikutin Japni Nab Guru Naksaniku Gariasha Shukmur Ustu Ziana Kampasi Kia Kampagalu Bara Nadhabara Shakbara Gimbara Lalubara Telobara Maskimbara Urubara Papara Latubara Lalasubara Korubara Urubara Yalobara Lilitubara Urub Suladin Nazu Lala Suladin Nazu Gigim Suladin Nazu Mula Zulari Nazu Dinga Zulari Nazu Maskim Zulari Nazu Barari Nazu Ziana Kampa Ziki Kampa Munisiksi Bara Yeninda Gisha Jorgishnu or Marshal Zigar Bari Zigara Shur Barnai Gisha Ramazika Namsa Yenin Dori Sharki Urku Barn the Indianam dea Sarasavito Mandale Mandia Varti Nariar Nasarajir Sarna Sanevista Kerova Makolokura Varin Kariti Hari Haran Maya Papuder Stanka Karan Namaskaran Mantra Ramatra Yarnamaha Rim Ravar Yarnamaha Rum Saria Yarnamaha Rim Banaver Namaha Ram Harkar Yarnamaha Rapuser Namaha Ram Karan Kabah Yarnamaha Rim Marikariet Namaha Rum Maria Yarnamaha Rim Savitra Namaha Ram Arkaria Namaha Ram Baskare Namaha Ram Ram Cross Ray for Sori Yan Yarnamaha Parasita Yasas Namaskaran Yekarvate Dene Ay Operation Balam Vietnam Tisha Tessa Karaja Yarate Krong Kring Hong Kring Mon Keruas or Hong Kring Bong Shemashaka Shapia Kashapia Epish Mush Epish Kiaki Mati Noro Kutorshuna Elimni Shulu Lizu Bura Tuku Epitashunu Kimamena Duinati Kili Tushunuli Mutuma Nakulublu Shunulini Shurma Nakulur Dini Shunuli Tishurma Nakulu Tari Tarama Shaluti Sharka Shati Sharushi Aret Pushu Shurbi or Kishur Puyushi Dinger Koko Sherba Kampambong Bikiara Birgachu Mana Yanduru Tushte Shira Rani Ariani or Mariaki Gishbar Iaz Easy Yazirin Gargara Kampa in Timoru or Semitoki Shabur Nambara and Shimtorina Arsamitori Shabo Banana Shamtorina, Haigish Barbaki Bilbagi Arazi Aka Paka Kamar Nunu, Shariulin Kulushi, Shariuli Kortushi, Shariulini, Kunushi, Shariuli, Sikunushi, Shariuli, Kunushi, Shariulini, Kunushi, Shariulini, Kunushi, Shariuli, Katin Kunushi, Sharu, Udanuali, Kunulin, Kutina, Zumri, Yalu, Taprasama. Aga Masaratu is Masarati Sharmushi, Churu, Shishari, Nuti, Zanima, Lani Garaputi, Shima Yarabarati, Tina Awati Linda Kunushi Alari Mushirti Yamasarati Masarati Baits Masaratu it's Masaratu Aga Masaratu Yamasaratu Karavarlori Shmoshkori Yamasaratu Zikia Kampa Bagolo Monafki Akshata para Masaratu Bara Vishnum Krimisnar Veranamahom Sam Kuberari Atlam Hadu Mutev Kubera Nebukor Hotep Rompri Viratu Pumitevia Metandu Mutev Nukse Kerumeriaki Naz Hotep Dompri Viatu Menetep Sorem Tari Nekep Tasu Korie Terete Sepsan Morhi Sariki Utuksu Torata Trisarom Hamisanari Atnam Home Miam and Triatam Hakopsum and Rom Tesha Statu Agnaya Meram Quabsunov Nuksek Hasar Tanawana and Soy Tentakis Wexaka Tekaran Nekambek Tag Nekar Sera Sertep Saruna Pek Morkola Kutulu Tata Laka Niomra Kamatari Yatnamha Yam Yar Namaha Happy Yaramo Saratu Taraya Matan Happy no Kapi Haba Segasara Naum Zexa Tesek Tek Ruine Care te Ekartana Necte Tierta Mormatu Yana Yan Yanina Riti Raxasum Samraxasari Yarnamha Varunari Yarnamha himself Varuna Uratu Seramalaya Matan himself Sekasaruna Sexaruna Pike Minsepsenu Duini Kupiteara Maltun Rate Sepsiting Garana Compasing Gerkia Compasa Beu Payumiam Payur Vietnam Morsiri Murkola Molu Mormatu Singing Garana Compasing Gerkia Compau Tuxu Toratata Kutulu Tata Lakra Azakta Ufitakala Yarnu Yarel Yangi Zabe Rim Pramar Namaha Pramar Nabum Harumak Saratu Tesaraya Metan Cabranu Pakabram Kabru Nebem Kebrasha Kabram Premra Marulua Sakuti Takala and Eshlatin Nebuma Jata Deus Aramaswati Omukita Tapsekas Turtin to Nebenaru Tepmesu Per Om Hrim Hrom Sayar Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandrayar Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangalyar Namaha Om Shrim Bamburiyar Namaha Om Hrim Brahmaspati Yar Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukrayar Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Samsarnacharayar Namaha Om Hrim Rover Namaha Om Hrim Ketuver Namaha Shapus Kusumu Samkar Shamkashe Payamaha Dari Kim Tamorim Sarva Papagnam Pranotisi Indivakaram Dari Shankatishar Baram Kishoror Tana Basabam Namim Shasharam Sumam Shambor Mukurta Bushanam Darani Garbasam Purtam Viru Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pranamamiam Priyanku Karika Sharamam Ruperna Pratimam Burham Sumyam Sumyam Kuno Pertam Tamburham Pranamamiyaham Devanam Chari Shernam Chagurum Kanchana Sanibam Buri Butam Telukisham Tam Namami Priaspatim Imankunta Marina Labam Diyar Namharamam Kurum Sarva Sasra Pravakaram Bhargavam Pranamamiham Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Shashari Yamatarna Sambur Tam Tam Namami Saneswara Matakarya Mahaviryam Chandraditya Vimardaram Sanika Garvasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamamiham Parasha Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Grahamastakam Rorom Rorom Kam Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiham Am Pramamurari Triporandakari Panushashi Buma Suta Burasha Kurusha Shukrasha Rivara Uketu Sarvagraha Mama Super Bartam Kurume Sharti Sharti Shanti on Borbarvas or on Tata Peter Variam Barkodavasya Dear Mahi Diono Prachudaya on Tata Ha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasi 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 Yana Brasiki Yasin Yana Navasaman Ganasa Yakia Kampa Magavati Yatana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yamagia Gamagia Sagastena Kia Shtakolush Nebuguru 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 Nebu Corios Morcorios Yastortu Yangaku Yazir Nebu Mortasi Fornius Campasul Sakashin Talas Campa Nebu Sataratus Campa Yagash Yasasha Kokulomar Niyash Yamar Kari Stari Bari Yagushir Yarnana Yarnen Yashaba Machacha Karen Yaramilo Yachi Yashtari Kanpa Inanas Yarma Kampa Bizarma Kampa Yaya Biazero Lurki Shmashuru Yadi Duria Yavrezolurki Zagtamaran Yaya Tsaraya Yubartala Katamar, Yakan Pazit in the Rudu Yarkan Pazit in the Rustu Yarkamazi Stazera Laguzibero Dukanpa Yashtakanpa Yakan Gormasabaru Norgamasabaru Norgamasabaru Yana Goria Yaizi and Gakampa Yaranga Yangaria Yangia Yazidin Gernin Yakanpa Yakantala Makia Tarakampa Maruku Mupadu Maruku Mumpadu Maruku Mumpadu Skadayandagi Agardiama Bornesh Yamarutuku Yatuku Surim Zarim Sagorim Sana Garabana Zakarna Paleokurku Nim Kamanu Yaduki and Dara Yazi Partubalu Balku Berleriku Baga Kampa Dazieg Zag Bazag Baronoi Lish Liga Nushiban Gigapsuki Shagi Gorshades Saramara Yadingorut Kalamasini Gudingarni Nabgur Yunagraniku Kariashi Mugur Kutu Ujuva Shinavajini Precious Stars to Mamjushaj Valgranato Magorin Prarni Devi Varti Prandia Ranu Pratham Sharasi Vishwaharde Devikari Yarnia Namaha Karyari Mahamari Yogi Yadeshwari Nangu Surtam Devi Party Mekuru Namaha. Osser starte Diana Hekarte Tematicali Nana Natorn Dici Manito Dorgia Barbas Waha Tasvitor Varinian Barco the Pasia Diamai Dionio Pracho Diat Ipsosip Shosh Corna Shanta Toro Rato Tora Roa Brahadabra Gong krang kring gong bang gong kung shring kutong gong tong bang on trunda bur tebdi arnanu zrudi porekerukia erinket posud mörka bertumen kerkapus och lojor mörher Kerni benu frueruar beran kenos rindi anker hem chermi keramundra in kayen. Duamno jora harmun ke parja se kim per kombo nebu se ha herna se he mari nebu ando jor ta hikopetera ha mesu bue se angta se pir doernem ke moe Harnozuregaret mahan voor hoor maha keru in ser schmet senheu Emma Harianek sekemar pu baem bae harima ku sao serhina sa sor mai tadi hari order ku eser Arnuk bakim ornojor operti akar nojor wa mahanojerti ernahed Shalim rik merik biwajurti kermon korur rek nebua sertumbu emserti shaenu furri ner makute Malapaka Kadagu Gadar Marata Gavaru Kakudamo Waru Kakudamo Zari Mashakaranu Erkingu Bararimu Erkingu Bararumu Zari Mashakaranu Waru Kakudamu Luadar Marata Godbar Malapaka Kadagadu Kakudamu Zari Mashakaranu Erkingu Bararimu Waru Kakuramu Luadar Marata Godbar Malapaka Kadagu Om Trambakam Yashama Hesum Dim Pustivar Haramor Varu Kamiva Banat Yor Moksheri Namha Rim Rim Hum Hum Kshom Krom Krom Jerike Kshom Krom Shrim Hum Shrim Krom Kujerka Krum Mamarea Griforana no Kurwasi Kele Shukra Yartnam Home Shrim Pasramete Sukra Yisvaha Kali Svaha Sarva Vista Merde Himemaha Kali Yartnamha Nariyar Baber Mahe Vasudevarye Der Mahi Tano Vishnu Prachodayat Devakirantanarya Vermahe Vasudevarye Der Mahi Tana Krishna Prachodayat Tarposharye Vermahe Sahasracharya Mahadevarya Der Mahi Tanu Rudra Prachodayat Megarantarya Vermahe Vakratundarya Der Mahi Tanu Danti Prachodayat Karya Vermahe Kanya Kor Mariae Der Mahi Tanu Dorita Prachodayat Vegdever Yaicha Vermahe Kamarajariya Der Mahi Tanu Devi Prachodayat Mahadevar Yaicha Vermahe Vishnu Padmi Yaicha Der Mahi Tanu Lakshmi Prachodayat San King Jo Julang Dan Jun San King Jo Ju Wulang Ting Jun Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Rama Ramerti Ramme Mano Ramme Sasturnam Taturiyan Naham Varnarne Vene Karyatnam Homa Garantarya Vedham Mari Vakratundarya Der Mahitano Tanti Prachudayar Vakatunda Mahakarya Sorya Korti Samaprabha Der Kornam Kurume Deva Sarva Korye Shwasarvara Shri Guru Sharasro Shara Shri Shmane Muku Hare Surha Varlu Ragu Porki Moja Surchu Tayaku Forchar Burhi Hintanu Jani Kisumiro Papan Kumar Borburhi Vier de Humo Hera Huko Hesivikar Je Hatniman Yan Gun Sigar Je Kartis Tihun Loku Jargar Ram Chutatuli Dharma Jani Putra Pansur Namaha Mahavyarti Karamba Sharangi Kumartini Varsu Marti Kersangi Kanchan Baran Garesh Subesa Kanan Kundor Kunchit Kesa Hofbojuro War Dubar Je Virage Karte Morj Shane Husor Jason Korsu Van Kisrina Dantesh Pratama Hajagwanan Vidyavan Guni Arti Chatoram Kashkari Beko Arto Prabhu Chari Pesione Bekora Siaram Nakaran Sitaman Masya Shri Guru Sharas Rosh Rajnesh Mane Mukure Surhar Varnaru Kubar Dimarja Sujurda Kuforchar Burhit Hin Tarnu Jarni Kesumero Povan Kumor Borburhi Vidya de Humo He Harahu Koles Vikorche Hanuman Jankun Sigarche Karpis Dihun Loku Jarigar Ramdu Tatali Pardharma Jani Putra Puan Surtanamha Mahavir Vikram Bajrangi Kumatini Varsumati Kesangi Kanchan Veran Veraj Subese Kanan Kundo Kunchi Kesa Hofbojro Wudu Varje Viraje Kanke Moratni Jarni Husorje Sankar Suvan Kesrina Dantesh Pratap Mahajag Varutan Vijavan Kunia teacher Torturan Kosh Karibe Kuar Tor Prabhu Chariter Sunebe Korasia Ramakansita Manvasia Sukshma Rup Dari Siar Hitikar Vavikar Rup Dari Ankajara Vabira Marup Dari Asurankade Ramachandra Keskar Sanvari Lord Yasan Jivan La Kanji Ari Sri Ragu Bor Korashi or Larke Ragu Partikar Hiba Hurmarai to Mamprier Parati Samsar Hida Yam kubort borja hante kaviku vui karhi sake kahante tumuka sugrava hinken haram milarie rajaparten hetum haramantra vivarshen mana lankas war par yesu jarna yug sahasra jojan parbarnu yor tarhi marwar par janu prabu mudrik merim burk mahi jaran dilanki karbe ashraj nar hedorka ham kars jagar ke jerte surgama nukraha tumretete ramdware tumragware huatnare kia birnu pasare surg he tumhari saran tum rakshar karu kurdarna arapante samharu apaten hunlu karakter kanpa burpasashni karnar hinar daima verten jab narn sunave nasero harai Sar piara jarpat narantar haruman piara sankatse haruman chordabe man karam varshan yang julabe sumparam tapazuve raja tinker kashakort tum sarja orman urat jokor labe sorki arni jaravan par pavai Charan yuk partaptum harahe pasira jagar ujaya rasar husan ker tumrak wara surni kanatan nuram duhare ashase hir ngap ner hi kernar haus wardian janake matara marasian tumhara pasasara rahora ku parti terrasa tamhara bajan ram ko pave janam ker duk bisrave Ankara guver porjarie jahar janam hoari bakar kaharie or divta cherna daraki hanuman se hi salve surkhare hi sankar kate merte sapyar jos mera hanuman bobera jeje hanuman gosin kripakara hu goru dev kyan nyahin josar par kare kohi jurte hi parti maha surkor hi joriya parthe Hanuman Charizo Borges his arki Boris Trosera Sara Harichera Karshe Das Hadaria Mindera Pavarnai Sankar Haran Mangar Morti Rup Ram Lakan Sira Sahid Hadaria Basahasar Bu Om Maharaga Vajrosi Savaja Sarvaja Humbam Hurom Ganesh Ranam Charin Nivaranyam Hum Namaho Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Aim Guru Aim Namo Bhagavati Vatali Vatali Varihi Varahumiki Parumiki Adhentini Namha Runtini Namha Jambachapini Namha Mohe Mohini Namha Sambastambini Namha Sarvajusta Pradusanaham Sarvesam Sarvavaxida Sakchon Mukati Jiva Sampanam Kurukurus Kuramvasyam Em Glomtai Tahataha Umastrai Hatswa Ani mani mane mamane shira shariti shama shabita santa mukuta mukutabi shabi shabi subi shabi shaya shaya gini sinti shabi tarani yoro gaba shari nebi tapatata nebi tatantara shudai kure mukure yarare yarare shuya shami same pori peke rishirte taruba rishirte so yenu kushara pasha pasha shudai matara matara shana ururu shika shara shara shatai yara paro manaya tatari yazara makara ure ukui muki yare yarate nete hate ichi netichi harchi Arinari Tonari Aranabi Kunabi Akina Kuri Kandari Sandari Matogi to Kuri Borushari Achi Devi Devi Ni Devi 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 Rukeru Keru Keru Ketakatakatakatu Gatanai Tanate Tanakushere Tanashure Shure Shura Hachi Boraseni Soruparane Patani Sorupa Shopatani Shupatani Sugabi Shani Sugini Katani Zogi Sogi Hagira Terra Sugatora Dorate Sarupa Sugis Mishka Randai Sarupa Saru Mashore Serte Sarupa Saru Kyoshara Togira Shinan Kikari Dai Anya manya mane mamane sirikarite sama samite visanta mukta muktami sama sama jai sai externe santa samite darani ologi peserpete pixari nirhidu abientare ni vista abientare parisiru ikulu mikulu yarari parare sukanki sama buri viru kita tam parixita ne samgane Sarni, Nericone by Visutani Mantra Ruta Ruta Salari Axaya Bartaya Bakula Dramani Nataiswa Shvala Uki Tukimukiara Raporta Natavani Tini Natani Nativati Swaha Tate Panate Nari Kunadi Swaha Gani Kandali Matagi Bukasi Sakule Prusali Sisi Swaha Itime Ruhe Swaha Danda Pati Danda Vatani Danda Kusala Sarhari Sarhada Pati Buddha Pasiani Sampatani Apatani Sampatani Samaparixita Samganekatani Sampatama Parixita Sarvasatru Kusala Partes Mipikritita no Parte Patani Patali Swaha Sasing Sahu, Wong Hong Chong, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Shaw, Gong Kim So, Gong Kim Gong Sao, Gong Klim, Hong Chong, Hong Hu Shri, Hong Shing Haringara, Ring Gong Hiru, Asor Hara, Hong Bam Tum, Mong Krang Gong Krang Gong Franklin Krong, Tonghin Krong, Franklin Brong, Shanghai Shrong, Hanhin Krong, Chan Shring Shrong, Kling Shring, England Shrong, Shring Shrong, Gong Sor, Hung Shring, Gong Shring, Haringa Ra, Hong Ruasor, Panging So, Bong the Dainichi na ora un pasadato pama shuku na ora maksa be hu shu na ora un nana sambava tramita na ora un tate shahunum puku shu na ora mamu serai kushi na ora huru kentale matangi swa habuchi na busumo amo bagubot na un sinsai rugus furus falatisa suru kwana sor parta sar haringi swa ha shur kanchi sai bosus lolix swa ha de zishi bosus samjam jasas swa ha tara bosus namasmanta buharam karuna or babe tarini swa ha senju Kanji sai bosu suom pasha darmar hi bator kanji sai bosu suom baba kumfats vaha George min kanji sai bosu suom hakurun karis vaha John dai kanji sai bosu suom kare kore kondris vaha norin kanji sai bosu suom parme sarmala ishwalo hum kongur sato hum pasha sar vaha harnya bosu suom di shuri shuta pichari vaha pojin bosu suom samyam smam monjo bosu suom mara makane amar hoku bel bosu suom tres vaha jiso bosu suom ha vismai vaha kukur sor bosu suom Namo Kasaka Body, Malika Mari Muri Swaha, Nikori Bosu, Omri Beauty Swaha, Kokol Bosu, Kamtra Body Swaha, Purto, my own Namas Matavashanam, Kanamor Sana, Sotai, Home Tratham, Ozanza, my own Sonum Hanik, Sumrahum Charge, Rahum Fat, Undari, my own Mantra Hum Fat, I took my own Srikala Rupa Hum comes Baha. Kangoriash my own Pasha Yaksa, whom I send my own Maraka Pasha, Pasha Sarpasha, whom Pam Huru Kujako, my own Marura Swaha, San Boko, Genome Kambai Swaha, Kongon Sang Konginum Fashrak Saranjam Swaha, Sanish Dolci Janase Swaha, Chikokutum Tatasalara Tamatan Swaha, or Chotanum Virudaka Yaksit Pataya Swaha, Homokutanum Virupaxanagit Pataya Swaha, Tomotanum Visropani Swaha, Pinsaitinum Satisfied Swaha, Taikokutanum Hakalari Swaha, Kichijotanum Sri Swaha, Karitaimum Durumari, Hariti Swaha, the King Tinomri Swaha, Marishitinom Marisi Swaha, Tashwonkitinum Hikaum Swaha. Om mana tayar nama homer sayar nama homa karayar nama homa kalibu karayar nama homa mikvir kamariyar nama homa ni sitariyar nama homa revantariyar nama homa venokora pariyar nama homa visnu priyayar nama homa karasudiyar nama homa vitamariyar nama homa vistarayar nama homa sesariyar nama homa sutrustariyar nama homa saparamanditariyar nama homa pretinu karayar nama homa mita karayar nama homa karapasapanayar nama homa marapastudiyar nama homa karupariyar nama homa palariyar nama homa Sukhariat nama home para Parikariat namaha, home para Karariat nama home for Sapanatariat nama home for Sulfananiat namaha, home para Pesitariat nama home free for Saratine nama home for Tapadi Kamaniat namaha, home Tamoru Pariat nama home Tapikarayat nama home Tarindarariat nama home Kasapatamajayat nama home Kaloru Pariat namaha, home Yugadi Pariat namaha, home Yugandarayat nama home Rasmit Vantariat nama home Ramakatrayat namaha, home Keswa Priyayat nama home Vispamparariat nama home Sankaparani Sarana Yat Namaha Om Sakala Parari Yat Namaha Om Sumpriya Yat Namaha Om Saran Paras Yat Namaha Om Pakar Sarasat Namaha Om Pamarsan Yat Namaha Om Paramatari Yat Namaha Om Prakatani Yat Namaha Om Pakipasiari Yat Namaha Om Pajaskar Yat Namaha Om Parusarasat Namaha Om Pargapartani Yat Namaha Om Parapitarari Yat Namaha Om Taksakari Yat Namaha Om Lokatrati Sari Yat Namaha Om Sivari Yat Namaha Om Varadya Yat Namaha Om Purnari Yat Namaha Om Punya Yat Namaha Om Punya Ketari Yat Namaha Om Parasari Yat Namaha Om Parakari Yat Namaha Om Niskalari Yat Namaha Om Paraparati Yat Namaha Om Katukada Yat Namaha Om Sarsari Yat Namaha Om Santari Yat Namaha Om Tantari Yat Namaha Om Mariyam Bandani Yat Namaha Om Sapapuja Yat Namaha Om Sapakara Yat Namaha Om Nerasaya Yat Namaha Om Neranjana Yat Namaha Om Avatar Yat Namaha Om Saraya Yat Namaha Om Sarvadaya Kari Yat Namaha Om Dhananjaya Yat Namaha Om Agatar Yat Namaha Om Pagaturupari Yat Namaha Om Tamohara Yat Namaha Om Yogishvara Yat Namaha Om Kalani Yat Namaha Om Palari Yat Namaha Om Brahmakarine Namaha Om Sankarana Karani Yat Namaha Om Jitukudahari Yat Namaha Om Jivari Yat Namaha Om Jayadaya Yat Namaha Om Japapriya Yat Namaha Om Vishwarupari Yat Namaha Om Virustuya Yat Namaha Om Virendrava Sultat Yat Namaha Om Sraya Pradari Yat Namaha Om Pranadari Yat Namaha Om Vishnu Topari Yat Namaha Om Guptari Yat Namaha Om Guptari Arari Yat Namaha Om Ravastrai Yat Namaha Om Pratapusari Yat Namaha Om Pushankari Yat Namaha Om Payorupari Yat Namaha Om Sarisarupari Yat Namaha Om Sakarupari Yat Namaha Om Karupusubutari Yat Namaha Om Varaparikari Yat Namaha Om Sisulavani Yagari Yat Namaha Om Paniravi Busari Yat Namaha Om Nagendra Yat Namaha Vinayogoma Sriti Patrika Mantra Siksya Brahma Resi Pratishada Sriti Patrika Pradvata Om Bisham Swaha Sakti Partilakam Sriti Patrika Prinjartham Japa Vinayuga Risharini Asam Kasyapa Brahma Rasa Namaha Sarasi Pratishada Sanamaha Mukhe Sriti Patrika Dapatiya Namaha Redi Om Vishai Yarnamaha Guriya Swaha Satari Namaha Parayo Patilakar Yarnamaha Namaho Vinayuga Yarnamaha Savangiti Risharini Asakroma Gustyam Namaha Rintarjani Pyam Namaha Amariyam Pyam Namaha Manamika Pyam Namaha Krim Kanistikia Pyam Namaha Krom Kara Saklas Pyam Namaha Iti Karanias Kromatia Yat Namaha Krim Sopisis Rasis Vaham Sekaya Pasaram Kapakaya Humnim Traya Yapasat Kromaswarya Petiti Sedangine Sumbobus from Yarti Dipana Dayaram Dip Trema Devi Ariskaris for Piniti Pakadi Vadeya Paras and Bomb Chakimi Monkpi Priyaki Mika Ya I've got Hadam Smart Payam Ham Agasar Mika Yapus Pam Pijami Yam Vayavar Mika Yatupama Krapa Yapam Rama Namika Yatipam Tarshami Pam Mika Yam from Hanavarium Diami some Savar Mika Yasupap Karapujam Samar Pamis Chapamara Mantromo Mama Mares Mahamaria Sapa Mantra Pinica Vogas Salinias Sasmani City da Papa Guru Mantra Rim Sita Guru Prasida Rimata Sriti Peterka Mantra Krom Rimam Torge Rime Vasaya Vasaya Rim Dum Torge Rim Kromum Fatsva Hasarangania Kromaraya Yarnamha Rim Supis Rasis Vaham Sekaya Pasaram Kapakaya Hum Nimantraya Yapasar Kromasraya Petiti Sarangane Subu Srumiarti Devi Mokadayanam Diputoriama Devi Ariskadi for Dupinity Pak the Divide Varas Vom Jagami Kampuja Ampriti Amika Yakaram Smart Pami Hamakasami Yapush Papijami Ampoi Fire Mika Yadupam Krapi Yami Ramadan Mika Edipam Tosyami Bambara Mika Yam from Hanaver Yam Nibar Yami some Sabamika Yusupakaras Pujam Smart Payami Smart Param Viatikio Printavam Ganas Makurapam Japam Sadia Papatu Medevi Pasaran Maistera Japam Matala Malamantrom Vam Malay Sarva Devanam Priti Subharba Baba Subham Kurushi Mebatre Yasoviriam Kate Himeom Rim Sitia Namaha Om mein Bram Brahar Narvam Sirhari Bram Mem Parum Veramanari Evin Mahe Heranya Garbaria Der Mahitano Brahma Prachuraya Om Jatorum Kari Evin Mahe Masro Daria Der Mahitano Brahma Prachuraya Om Krim Shrim Krim Sosa Chekam Ham Brahma Om Brahma Shashiar Nam Pratar Mampurushra Divi Mata Purushu Venapaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Mahaswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashme Shri Gurve Namaha Usep Neptep Ket Pentiam Kaibina Hororati Arfium Ken Neboset Kesu Tu Nezur Korti Haf Basti Har Tui or Nem Snef or Nem Besek Nimaha Termiu Sartiu Tutu Armerti Martu Haroru Termiu Shekaru Nekenu Kenementi Arnatepep Sera Keru Neberus Sekariu Nebaboy Nevertem Tem Sabu Ariamaba I hew Chakar Kit Nehiv Kol Nehim Nefer Chesar Tepanef Hitchabu Tramprium tor si floridi and riti vinge flor near modler magi se chef perdega tor nori torman hero mochkel donskjol via björjatgjol dofin fridlej Wordin frigerta friver deg better gills Virta henges sergas verdeis viveltar bergeg border brand fjortikar froti frovin Wergar viskar vir serger revo sung skjor fredlei skjorlung skarfi serming jengving skefjun Opa the haran heran Nikorn korn goos in kod Orski ormi befrindis vidors vidrieri york fjornir hefkjad mir svo undrofjorn fimbo slidor rigi virli dorkjor Mospel Niflheim Elberg och Harkinen går Gatjan mer och Gelmer släpp ner och Dulma bord bästa ordin vele väsud mungon belkel med osri västri nordri sudri midgård asa torn norrvid nät naglefari åden norri åden ringa ser desken faxi hrimfaxi mundi tardi lune solord vakars fin bir jurki birgir seriksi mål fin Skålhärti Hrodvitsen Jornvid Tarburgrad Skämfinkel Mosorsnjödorin Nedi Modri Sudri Ostri Vestri Atirut Volvin Nord ner Nepegtein Bifjör Bafur Bombor Nori Ori och Norrhoin Mojdvinjar Vigan Dofindor Thorvin Firkili Furnin Valley Troing Tekli virter narnrada regrads vindrom ner dagtarbari hårhagstari herlof kroen tori hanbari heti pirli hår seri orpirir lufor vir skarfin orfingi erkin skarti forfrosti fingi nor jagdrezil virbardandi skådberättare vikret ner himing bjord valsaskin Leidskapgambling och förmantelning vid Blenharastegs var Sundsvalls vid Lundi vadsling var Saras New Wordin Fri Loki Avinjar Mapanarja Visnuda Maria Marnasa Maria Visariam Garstar Namburariam Serandistararja Tararia Samasraska Tiviardurnicarande parimala pariborsarde sri parti parra viernde bavaria carciardei varde sarjapi per pagarmena sarra baham narnam marmarkinatsvam samudro hi taranga varkana samudro nataranga urhertanga Nagabar Yardarnur Jatan Lujakula Mitra Sotre Derstreba Vartinar Babati Kim Babataraskara Mats Vardia Ravata Vara Varta Sarta Vasurdarn Paramesvara Pari Palio Bavarta Bavata Pito Hamdamorara Gunamantiara Sandavara Davinda Govinda Pajalanter Matagantara Daramam Parariyavam Menariana Karumaria Saraniam Karvarnir Varko Karanuriti Saparimadiriye Varasaro Sharavasartu Iti Srima Parna Sampran Karas Asia Sri Govinda Barjan Purja Parasivya Sri Makchakara Babagata Kortosar Paristrotam Sampurnam Om Namo Frag fareni sumba umaga gatam treya sarnabon ergo sarmi samentam brahma saraswati shada rupa shiva vishnu bearabatu karambi sumani sumba vajra val shrim hring kling grum gam karpataya varamba rod sarvanj janmeva shambara yeswa hata purushari virmahe pakratundari adegar mahitano tanti prachuraya tum shanti Om Ganhar Hayak Sayatlam Hom Gam Karpatayatlam Ham Kolam Bara Rayatlam Ha Om Hring Kring Hring Om Makanataya Vedar Marheva Kardudayat Tirmahitano Tanti Prachudayat Om Shrim Hrim Krim Tum Shwala Shwala Shuli Ashaya Jamana Yasha Sarva Shatrun Samhara Kshema Lapam Kuru Kuru Dushla Graham Hum Para Rum Nam Kuruna Terang Pitak Shrim Tu Tapashankusha Pushpa Para Chapam Mardi Ardi Bira Vruta Mayuka Rahamer Deva Vipavarye Pavar Name Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Marasena Shanesvari Chidani Kunda Sambuddha Devakanya Sambuddhiyata Orya Banu Sahasraba Chatur Bahu Saman Pita Ragashvarupa Pashaja Krora Kono Kushush Vala Manuru Pekshu Kurtanda Pachatan Matra Sayaka Niharuna Prabhapura Majara Brahmaranda Mandala Champaka Shorta Purnaga Sorkarti Kalasakacha Koru Verlita Manishrene Kankut Tiarmandita Ashtami Chandra Viparaja Dadikas Hidala Shobita Mukha Chandra Kalankapa Murugan Mohi Vishishakavaranas Mara Magalia Gruhato Arnacha Reka Baksola Lakshmi Parivaha Chalamina Alapa Luchana Chan Nava Champaka Pushpa Nasa Randa Verachi Tetekati Teraskarina Samarana Basura Kadambi Majare Kluta Kana Pora Manohara Treknaka Yugali Borta Tapanundu Pamandala Tapatma Raga Shira Darshi Paripavi Kapalupa Boraniva Raviruma Bin Bashrina Kariaranan Charha Ingen is helpijn hoog nog om naast korre zelfdi or bormo ojo tot es urti umaritas karnuto meo f martias skipapina hijibs bibakalo her korik hindiar merigok merni mergo him dala verdu ve forbo et vertel shark fon spiritual fira bors ver mokov mer ek mern jokna ora borna bors for boom mek virda hor bo Nior meg heidman, nior I verbi, meg bam mer ran, vir morgen nerman, arbas oda bars mi merk beg be vasses en der nes vodo nier, jok van se ava ne opening up was gunum ga en gras virki bers, sent nier bos boom op je bro et beer, es mi kor me rans corpus or skens or nana salas terna, barbas grun loki, solpap surnen serni mana hernim horkari heimin jorbu, sorne visia vorsari arti marnine visia varmingens artistos norne visiu vorsai bikertu, Genjun Gurjin Quillo Rextola Genen Grupo Partin Kertux, Nukovne Jan Nokfonov Kopun Morkin Hertur min Jan Dagar Nuno Baktan Kurumet Terjoito Sasera Belvi Bersbok Bron Groko Hemshu Avlalo Blue Obsime Bobo at Etalvo Metanges Korbu Oktor Gorbru Tefdui Torni Terbu Guru Por Blame Veterkis Fontor Goli Unsum Brea Vogmu Borsa Major of Mortkor Jotunheimem Ginjin Grinjin Quillo Rextula Geningun Gokubat Gatux Geverskeri Vorkoro Jotovskija or Brems Borobli Ok or Brains Legium Borbos Mosors near Mats or Bin Borgo or Indorina Nor Birman Likin Morg Gor Prove or Ijor Bru Sim Dorin Tagbi on vel Korea Bovikinga Niores Bosi Arternes Ver o Hogier Bete Bashmok no Bolongo Hefa in Norgi Holo Kolum. Verna blinding je benieuwd voor een nieuw luargo luos je reis prikt der wien mordin embrace mere orch eter bere tu mogo fila belix obnanista te torren tenente to brekete run ogalen de tam alafen tod wer sentin door se rig war for rig non os se red as a fear tu fer echelin mon krumblo lun come forth. Elephant with words and indoors or rig words for rig, no one was or rate, Asafel tu feren eshlen mon grumble loon. Oros way oros square loe sorry corvit luat will priro where orosi oros consente facile truis struck quorum brenis nem si penitus quod es virivia endos lentulos ipse corniendo minus sortens arvis estern arvis coris non difficile sed impossible ves investigare domine dos omnipotens rex regium et dominus dominentium in quorius manum omnis victoria constitet omne bellum contritur pro corporis meo visiu virum femins tam me corpus eor dore ortetuis magnificentis advarin macum hel advarin cum hel advarin mach cum saxorum in versum antum parum dae natelibul lumen quantum treconis nirti mortum tuor nidor duom terti manca certe ena sierra tormuco sharmuk samus arashamus anianus rucut paspatutos vel denve ossicognis ilanimo shirviti corni Osimochitum calatum cutum tumasi baritum cabritum nabaritum ashu cashaptu cashaparni erinitum eubararni riau istari au sisu elia meriam rusar narcu imricula saludum shau araucu internalu upia ubunti piau prosume Mashriti martu uerlin ubus yardotis visis arnima rira bortis mar dabar dina lati limda push salam karshartia u karshartia shau puishia umesh Ia masarati shamushili shuruli shishali nuti fishishuza luli sharmusha lutaptusha buhu amarli murti ya kimazaluli tartuksha ipushu kishpiki matartitli sharniki arshursha porturu epetusha zeruku kalamatusha malasarir nagi biti Buu elani mushirtum shariuli karnushi shariuli kakunushi shariuli ni skunushi shariuli skunushi shariuli te kunushi shariuli ni kunushi shariuli ne kunushi shariuli katun kunushi shariuli danulin kumulin kutina zuli ali tapsama salar nam ni yar na pagri tapkira tupiera salmani Iar ni pagri taxiara tu pieras mani ia iti pagri tushni ila tu pieras marni ni isti pagri tushni ila tu pieras mani ia ki max pagri tapiara tu pieras mani ia na kukurati tapkira tu pieras mani ia Irna igari tapsa tu pieras mani ia irna askurapati tushni ila tu pieras mani ia irna bisha dori tapsa tu pieras mani ia nagishpata ira tu piera Zidingeren compa zidingeren nen corcore compa zidingeren nin corcore compa zidingeren dash orima compa zidingeren dash orima compa zidingeren dula zaga compa zidingeren dula zaga compa zidingeren udila compa zidingeren udila compa zidingeren meshira compa zidingeren meshira compa Zidingern Martingern Lilla Gekampa, Zidingern Nar Martingern Lilla Gekampa, Zidinger Zidi Gishmas Agbada Irni Erdan Bolarma Kampa. Zidinger Barborl Gorte Kuntinger Yanenke Kampa Zidinger Nintu Garni Dingeran Lurna Yar Sark Nurnin Kagarta Garnerla Kampa Ziningarana Kampa Zidinger Kia Kampa Zidinger Compositing Nabo compositing Star compositing Shamashu to compositing God compositing Matu compositing Garni compa sitting Garni Gigi compositing Garanona Kia compositing Garan Lova work or Korage compositing Ganin Lulaning or Korage compa sitting Ganinim Ibile Sharage compositing Garnini Korage she in Papa Parage compa sitting Garan Lur Nadingel Kokoler Nege compa boom. Otuk zul ala zul kitimu zul la zul lingir zul maskin zul siana kampazi kia kampazi dingen lela kukol kerkarage kampazi dingen lela ding kerkarage kan kampa siningan ini bibila ishara ke kampazi dingen ini kerkarage ne kampa ziding kia randuna dingke kokole ne kampa ziding kia rana kampa ziding kia kia kampa papa pa rarara arte martarta papa pa rarara arte ke arne azagara zag bimur na tenam tal garazi bimur na te otuk sul kur bimur na te ala zur karbi mur na te kirtim sul yer bimur na te kala zur karbi mur na te dinger zur karbi mur na te imir na biar net hasbiar bar di biarish kasharti arhimanu kashatu shatur yutarni Vamader Vadriyash Shukura Kanva Parasara Bisvamitra Kapila Sornarka Yajnavarkia Vadravajar Jamardargni Gortar Morgala Vyasa Lumasa Gyasya Kosika Vatsa Pulas Yamaluka Dorvasa Narada Kasiyarva Gayatrius Nikalustur Brati Panti Trisubu Jayati Ati Jayarti Sakvari Ati Swakvarti Dorti Verat Prastara Pamti Krti Prakti Arti Vektri Samskriti Saramparti Burbu Vaswa Jorti Smarti Agni Prajaparti Somai Sana Savitra Ria Prasparti Mitra Varuna Bharga Arya Marn Karnesa Vasta Porsa Indragni Vayu Vamarteva Mitra Varuni Visvereva Matrika Vishnu Vasa Rudra Kubera Asfins Kashapti Arti Manu Kashatu Shaturyu Tarni Yar Sharu Yaya Bara Yakanpai Shnikara Berni Yaya Jingwang Mu Yutian Ying Yuan Le Shang Pu Huatin Chun Yotian Ying Yuan Le Shang Pu Huatin Jun Woshin Jingru Bailan Washin Jingru Bailan Du Mu Zhao Jayan 有点用，小家研究，千军将士，有行些软点用下手，红薯下出一些，但都如何复习出来的比说给我学习。我先说哈，我复习你说我复习人，我说和我学习，我说复为什么些？新生生教太生太新营班屋顶过些不明不明后先是会明先生先那宁山运用如破无上经济之路来冷静过先就如但说苦先都会修分些先进个论同明先生落见其先有些微信就先和本给先眼睛跟先但愿令我当前实现蓝夜，多吉掌控自己如来领精神线，如能无的如行为，先行对日魂破让人民共同保护的人平庸，如哦。人无是为我现自己如来灵感菩提心，柔然是安然。不过万人有多人观脱离是命，有些有时不得忘记，会心人行道内为正经嘅安放为被说安探听的神有名，有些人过意达到原行嘅理先人点的先有点的自然会基本上动用人如红灵定用。 và phán quay sen xí vô xì rắn lên bố phụ mình phụ quáo giật tán gần lúa tàn nà đông găng tay doan gian dầu phú dệt đô rèn xa quay hoàn can dình san dình dô hoàn sẽ dù bên chỉ số y bán cô bên gian nén nàng dình dù bà hai dịu men mù quang dù số say quay vô doan dòng quấy dù san đô kỳ trình chuông chỉ rô lì linh chung quang xin gió đàn đi dân dòng quan thị bên điên quan dụ quan dễ dính vô xin trung dòng dễ nở quê đồ đủ dùn phố dô dính quan dô hù vô xin xì dì vô dàn tiếng dì vô quen bà lúa đàn đi dàng kiều quan xin số chi bán xin dô quan miếng sẵn dễ chạy quê vô lý xì yên完全处理系列定位有承担正为往人内有别离来生人民同会有且无机正定人工生产服务人员进行入类领有上线有都有人权人家人权Giang rô yu lúa sinh quân tí cản dành lính giả phán gián bè lên chuẩn linh trình quan cổ dành ta chuột tài chỉ chế rô lì lên doan yun dọn thái rùa hồ dễ dĩ chú dễ giả ở hô chiến hô phu phang bồi hội dĩ yang dĩ yu dĩ dàn hoàng cái nan bên này số yan đông yang si su linh phu yuan si in yang yan wan den phu zhao zhao thì yo minh minh quay của chính cái nên gì kian chen lo ni ke phu yo minh yang lu lai yo si shen yan do Namo hela dar nato la ye namo va ye pulu yo de so bola ye poti sa tu po ye mo heda so po to po ye mo he ja lun ja ye hong sa po la pari suda lo da ye namo shi ji li do ye menga li ye pulu ji di shi fo wa len to po na mo lo wa chen chi ji li mo he po do sha me sa po wa ka do shu pen ga shi yun sa po sa do na mo po sa do na mo po ke mo fa te do da ji ta onga po lu ji lo ja di ja lo di yi ji li mo he po ti sa do sa po sa po mo la mo ji li to jun ju lu je meng du lu fa she ye ri mo he fa she ye di to la di li ni shi po la ye je la mo fa mo la mo ti li ji shi na shi na lai xian yi bo la xie li fa sha ba xian bo la xie ye hulu mo la hulu jili shola jili su spurti ya puto ya mirti ya lola genci di rise nipna poya na mo na sopo he ji to ye sopo he mo he ji to ya sopo he ji to yu yi shi po la ye sopo he lola genci sopo he mo la lu la sopo he ji la sen ke ma mu ke ye sopo he sopo mo he a ji to ye sopo he ji la ji to ye sopo he bo to mo ye ji to ye sopo he lo la chen chi po ke la ye sopo he mo po li shen ye da ye sopo he Namo he la da na do wa ye na mo wa li ye po lo ji di so po wa la ye so po he hong ji dian do Mandula boyesu po he bore bolo mito shin chin guan shi jia je pu sha xing shin shen bore bolo mi bo chi zhou jian wu yan ji kong yu yi ke ku ji li ji sebo yi kong bo yi si ji shi kong ji shi se shong zhang jing shi yi fu ru she she li ji shi ju fa ku zhang ji bu sheng bu men gu bu jing bu zhan shi ku kong zhong wu she wu shou xiang jing shi wu ya nor di she xin yi wu she xin yang wei chu fa wu yan jie na ji wu yi xi jie wu ming yi wu ming jin na ji wu lou xi yi wu lou xi jin wu gu ji mian dou wu ji yi wu de yi wu shou de gu bo di sa du yi bo re bo lu mi du wu jin wu hua hai wu yu kong bu yuan li dian du ming xiang ju ling jing ne pan san shi yo bo yi bo re bo lu mi du ko de ar no du lor san mio san por ti gu ji bo re bo lu mi du shi da shen jo shi er da ming jo xi zhu shang zhou xi wu ding ding zhu ning chu yi ke gu yin xi bu zhu gu shou bo re bo lo mi do zhu ji shou zhu yu zhe di bo zhou zhe di bo lo seng ke zhe di porti sa bo he nan mo fu po yer, nan mo dan mo yer, nan mo senk yer, nan mo guan zi sa pu sa mo he sa, jur ta pa jin je, di ji tu an jo je la far di jen tu morni, mo he bo ding mi lu, di se ja shu la ha je li sha ye hong pa sha e an bu ta mo, jen tu morni shu wa hong gan ba la, to bo dan hong ka mo san man to mo to an na bo la di he do she sung lan nan da ji to wan ke ji hong ru wala bo la ru wala di se cha ji shi li so po sha shan di sha shi li shou wa he na mo fo tu ye na mo da mo yer na mo seng ke ye an shi di hulu shi du lu shi li po shi da li bu lu li shou wa he an na mo ba ge wa ri ya ba la ma mi da ha Yolia nasubi nishi da de jola je data ke darie alla hedi sanyo san botarie rani ta hansa liba sang singeli pali shuda dala madi ke na sang ma wuke di shabawa shu di shu di mahena ye Bali wali sohena mobo kefardi pisha shel juluji biluli bola pohela sheye dalu toye doje ala herdi samyo sanbo toye daji to pisha she sanmo jedi sohe ong manai biai we me hong Magerni Yanaji Dute Padajerte Jena Weda Lige Saur War Tabuli Jitage Nabulana Nabuli Yu Teban Namo Malur Ji Shoale Laya So he la bili po di kyo he di dolor ni he la di pili ni di mo he kia di jeng ling Yandi Namowe Midowe Poya do ye ke do ke ye dordi yeto mili du pope emili doji dan pope emili do pijayandi emili do pijadlando yamini kyan ke noji dojan li sopo hena mofo nan mo da mo nan mo seng kena mo shi li mo he di bi yeda ni yeto boli fo lor nyo jeli san man to da she ni mo happy she he lo kedi san man lo ho yo boli ri fu li no a li no da mo di mo happy go beri mo he mi li erde Lobo senke ardi senke di sanman koto atu anu polorni. Jotien yen yan reshang pu watin sun le hu yu tong shung xuan si yo shan chun mio si men tien di yu ho bei ye wei tian di yu beng sheng. Orwan wu yo wu wei yi fu lu so xia xian yo hu ma hong qing qi shen yi shi vi shen shen yen angla fu yi shi vi shan yan heng li qing xing chu yan ming wu nai. Israel kasarne besu dinne truasher nujis ka prusharare mer peruship se kapu pinteror katem se kemne penomatik kinche femni or nunem se kom mari basharar ne karajas ramine shibara chef chef volterum suten menen kemenum nar kaperset hizir pavne kadam kemnu top nem nembu kemnu ne turp neb nebu neb se kom petem taj iru neb I taim bu war kapen sunu of seru podne trus min march toy atar neste an dev ge marar mutev nu tap pet hasen never rat I damit shet abut my hit about or hanta na hemoi per tap set never tap conducted hat my hit on it nu watch tek nu shabes as think ti me hi haban do hui as shabes kim no as think ti me hi hab judi ju daparan pep koru tar ma keru men an never tap shishera mari as about happy yet abas as happy is pu happy at na rembi ek na mori and am han nem kat top and draw mari korsikitra romer kuti heru timer ru neshra te peru a hermen heru tar herumen antu heru evenu heru soisat soisar te bi oi gebda ge kretis man te beto te kin or news van or te ge ken te krapes te ben to oi sar te set keref met keref sari keru semes keru koreza karine zum metus mit ketu tu metu also kutu neshet hesenes het watet pakke kraret benem kiselem tuis kuaritim shutes ketap nemten hui aritenu minas senesen en ur heset en nu or nap kin pen mudef ari dos en kin morak bopam set so afne ketu kin het geva set ne buta meni min hetron pet sepet torten net on chere ketu wajid mar seken or pet net chat tu chat tata po apo at ken pet sekem toy hore na po am ut kin set tapi juaf apo am het sekem resu sekem toy haben api mutet sekem bas ke pas set par bas ki was en was sekem men hen par ai se kun bosh da sorti ni erin si akus at parko sekker kermet sermetet tu it kemu se ku se por set lupi meskeri ke besmenet sermarep pepet se he hemet se second met I pechet venti am kapetu na horror ti body of test and bopodem ke se su washnes korti shibu am se nepam seku na mat ni ati tutura pe mementi mane peru seri kemishe keru nekin saru keru vesti hae hae tare keremeti and the pep se ne behera se nekin babu in aptem tim se pari mebab a hiu the king him ne kort ne cautious of tap on after mat eri tapatu yevne petitas menen nu se pa kabu shi se keta bu me or toy moi toy abu soju got na hemo I pechnes mu hemo shir petan rukam beshet or tasu nekin netran kaptik imrin netro kelmes tu market neptu demrens kremetu nebertu tramesu suati or katanja tu an ten te fi na te sar wenen im sanati sanak joy connect sanak ku koi soran jarte and sikim karui poi kam jari work paring mi kuan nation in me yati sat you motivate ti wabe tu ek nu ke kisim no wab sik me kuan nek rei for the pet men you sorry kapatab tu sagna se kerti ne te jurti ar no am su tu nek mu shot tu nek shoot haben het nu fin puam nek tu son ke ti ta tu ta tek nani pu na me sortek jurti ar nu ta tek tamoni pu am tankas sanani pu i wabu digen kete de mati en japa ne he ne ri jo jata jezer yem hota tamiti kwa kete mama ruta keken det en tu exneti tu me reaction tiu karat hetar ne badan kiu ami tu an pen bet mahatro ami ta def ne padat woman he tota ta Hotep den Ari Mahatem Kenuk den Hesu Horek Nupinian Nadaret Parian Chapsas Mediu Onking Hotep Neporet Osha Sapem Soek Moek Moamek Anai Yonu Soish Nuk Sobe Suabaraka Perem Kedek Messentu Nepertim Nekeber Contain Manu Resik Nepertep Nepertim and we all eat podem shisheni ne pachak hai kamatup se shek toyem satu temen ne padu ki aus apertim hotep ti aus apertim hotep tem poti masu poti tep you yot ma ketore chat serem tumutek neutronum nukune param numut abunun shini aparam kunne trio ni amasam rami boy man ari ten kaparam ten mortotri hotep sotem kaprasa utam peten sharat tunamen Kebrahan natin mortot ari otap sotem te kebrahan te watam sharat tunami ur muake musiku sumo horhet soi partiko pete araju par kem nem soket black is work sakatek nu def wanem parem nu tek uab tra am bayer kutu aye unuk dan te mankiu kubisno fu wajnek toy crew or two or two Nepri also been natin nu in pet moi ru nem na mane super kem satu in petrese Sinentek na tri tap tapim soke perna nu guta te koro tarem sarai kati gua maka uene kapranum mesa sutinu duai perem kat mutaf ne nabu ener kertiam kasudi sineneki au benekin set hineki am na hamu hai na tri tiam sekimi mi pet na turbin he ne sumen he nu shisek he ke jur heri ne sepen miskeda dai ko mai enje hu ne tri wan heru tetsu masu shisaf tu at pishat he ne enu ek pishat ne shat nu kep kapron tu war on a patu moment Masaru was attempt to emit a U Eknepataneshra Kurashan or Kuki Ari Deskamamun and Ninkin Sakaperu Tapim Tafumut on a petros on the throng, American Krona Bupis Rekai Nek, Gami Shadeke, Gilfna Peru, Nabu Joik Taradem, Shishatek Atapim, Kinkarek, Nemareka Motim, the abuse good kept a good tapik now wash out the sun of Peru, waking in Juti was at US or Tapinep was Wajai Nes Wajai Hemasim Jizor Mahe Nurn Pernas Lefin in Set Koran in Set Kudin or Set Kudati Sarbatapu was an opportunity in setting out and Kuparam Kapra Kepper, Nebem Keprasha, Peremra, Muntlam Bamias, Una, and Kenneth Banson Kabir, Unat and Maki Berte, instead of a source of a could get me Kabi Mimir, do I do to Rani, Sabi Watu Nayan, Kabae. Sebo Farisona Corunani of Runai, but Sata Japanese at Wamarus, Wefes Campin Suti, Sabarkaran and Revemanki, Sikor Keftia Curtin Jojar to Amu Petum Toyim Netrikara Kamaru, Amunefs and Turu Nebaya Curtin Aburaso, Rusham Suamuamentum Sikitebra Kamaru, Amunefs and Turu Nebe Samara Sikana Wabek, Wabek, Wab Sikamek, Krene, Wabagam Netrus, Marasikana Komo, Pekatek Strupshuneki by God, Shorty Kabi taking Kinabaku. And by can be mine and through one Israel and a bed she shepetikati had an ekusa morning him she shepetiki you had substance gonna shemi to one cookie you Sekora Kabi and a moon who reduce and him Kaiser and any separate Mikati Narkadaba Kua. Tight now I should want to what I go up and I'm a cat and pet and set noon of that so he pumeki mimic got a casual tap I take and shumnu tap to winning at bad knee but netty weapon happening that through a mother set has separate cat and had to loot the upstem form and some skepticism of the Mepson Jaranjara of the Scadapis so the Sodapis Arena Capri was to in Gabaya Capamota from rapper which you know at tuning at Beatin the Amnafana through Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, but they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward, into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Newt, Geb, Newt, CQ Compaz, Yana Compa. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsemitoki shabu barani shamtorina, arsemitoki shabu barani shamtorina, arsemitoki shabu barani shamtorina, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. That's that's a great new name for that. Gong. I've never named my gong. She'll be Cap's shield. Sweet, glad you enjoyed that, Forsaken. What's up, Fish? Fish Cat? What's up, little bro? Alright, differently created, so, and anybody else out there that had your stones for that jam, you want to leave them somewhere open. You don't want them like stuffed in a drawer, forgotten about, but you don't exactly want them in a space where you may throw emotional energy. And keep it in your room, or something somewhere personable, or a keepsake spot or something. Um, but the contact with those, like, to be when you walk into the room, your energy is going to be in that field. And so it's good that those stones are constantly updated with your energy, not directly, but just in your personal space. And when you actually go somewhere and you put these stones together in your pocket, what I would recommend is to get a little bag. I should have said it yesterday, but something personable. You could use a cloth and You could use anything, um, but just put those stones together in your pocket when you go somewhere. The color matters, so you can look up esoteric meaning of a color. Black is protection. Um, Red is a bit fierce and hot. So red can also be protection as well because the fierceness is protecting anything getting to it, harming the stones or harming the frequency that they have. Uh, but the biggest information is don't. Uh, I'll share why I walk both lines of this field, but don't just put these talismans. Don't just let anybody hold these stones. For me and the work I've done in my past and stuff, I work in my stuff so often that anybody can come in and hold my staff. Pun intended. Anyway, the stones, different things. They can, they because I'm gonna be that energy is mine. There's nobody's gonna come in and throw the energy of my staff or my stones off. I'm too active with them. I'm constantly working with them. So, um, but that would be the difference of like sharing it and not like, can I refill it myself? There's a way to do that. You can, and that's something definitely to work towards. So most definitely. Evie, hey, thanks for keeping track of the time. You just went an hour and a half with no breaks. Just that's why I love the ceremonies. That's why I love being able to come on here live because I can actually do that. That's what I enjoy doing. I mean, I enjoy chatting and talking, but sharing these codes with other people's souls, with you, literally gives you the keys to like do what you need to do. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's like I went out and I found the scariest entities and I helped them out. And I helped them out so much they were like, yo, you got some attention from up top there. And I'm like, what you talking about? I'm all in the dirt and the mud and the darkness. I'm just doing what I do down here at the bottom. Bottom feeder. That's not the good terminology, but I was thinking of a fish, like cleaning up the algae or something. If you got a bunch of algae, there's fish. They eat it. They clean it. You just put some fish in the water. It's not too hard. Anyways, got the attention, and I've been helping out both worlds. And so both worlds, because I've been helping them both out, gave me like some cheat codes. And those cheat codes essentially are legitimately like the secret knock. No, 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 no. I got some wood here. That's not what I want to tap on though. I got one particular wooden box, but it's not the box to tap on. But being able to have those keys, all I got to do is share it in your presence, especially if you're open, especially if you're syncing and vibing with the energy. And your soul's going to grab onto it even that much more. And literally, it's like those, you now have the keys to open those doors. Your soul does. You don't have to perform no ceremony. You don't have to do no ritual. You don't have to wear no fucking t-shirt or banner. You don't need none of that. It's in you. The codes are within you. And so your soul can walk through these doors, whereas others, their door is shut. It's an astral door. It's a door that's not in this physical world. So you have two people going forward, and somehow this one person keeps going forward, and this one got stopped. That's because of a astral, a celestial, a divine, cosmic doorway. And these sounds, these words, these blessings, um, the Chinese one that I read at the end, like that was long. Chinese, technically old Japanese. I've read some stuff beyond what people will argue, and those words that I shared on the Japanese, on the China, on that side of things. Oh my God, those are immense blessings. I have the translation into English somewhere. I want to grab my book and start flipping through it and read it to you. But the blessings being spoken are powerful, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. People don't want you serving another god. Because when you get some friends out in this world, you're not alone. So they say, don't go talk to anybody else. It's dangerous out there. They got spirits that'll attack you. All the while, that person warning you, they were sending you negative fucking energy, ruining your life, making you think it was some bad spirit. It wasn't. It was a motherfucker. That's where it came from a physical, jealous, envious motherfucker. So, when I go learn about somebody else's gods, their ancestors, okay, I get friends and allies. Now, here's the kicker. It doesn't happen all the time. You can do it too. Anybody can do it. I go knocking on the door of some ancestor or god in another part of the world, and their whole people have been praying to them. They have buildings, they worship, they have ceremonies, they do everything, but no spiritual connection, no miraculous wonders. They follow in the tradition. And I walk in, seen, obviously heard, and they witness me. They witness the miracles that they've been trying to attain. They literally witness. I've had it happen. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not going to say who, where, and when, but I've I go into their community, I make contact with their ancestors, I make contact with their gods, and we start communicating regularly back and forth. Ta, 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 ta. And the people can see it happening. They become, I'm not saying all of them, and I'm not saying all the time, I'm saying it happened once. But they can become quite angered and jealous and envious because something they've poured millions, I'm not kidding, millions of dollars into building, doing, priest, ceremony, offerings, flowers, everything. And they ain't getting the miracles like they just saw them start happening to me. Now, I'm not doing that to buff up my shoulder. I'm telling you that because you can make friends with anybody out there in existence. Just because somebody else hasn't made contact with their own doesn't mean you can't. It comes down to the heart. It comes down to the heart. Is your heart pure? What is your heart seeking? Are you seeking to solidify your place in this material world of what you can create? Of what you can create? We're talking about the motherfucking elements and God and ETs and all this type of stuff. And you want to take charge on what you can do? That kind of heart's not going to get you too far with ET contact. And that's what happens, okay? You could call it a million different things all you want to, but the way I path, call it Krishna, call it Buddha, call it Jesus, call whoever you want forward. They made first contact. And they were developing a relationship to get the fuck off this rock. with some ET friends. And humans, in their lack of understanding, ability, and everything, came up with a wonderful idea of God. Because they can't see it. They can't technologically keep up with it. They know. They know. They're beyond them. But they can't make contact. They can't keep a relationship going because their heart is ill. Their heart is troubled. And until one can look at all the events of one's own past, of everything they've walked through, lived through, survived, and suffered, and be okay with it, with any of those things, that it doesn't destroy oneself, to understand why I was there, why that happened, this is why I did that, that's why those things happened. Okay, I did some bad there, that's why I lost that stuff over there. Da 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 da. All of it. Responsibility. Take all for the self. Self application. This is not a you thing, this is a me thing. The I thing. And and when you can do that, you can actually telepathically, you can communicate with your heart and your mind. I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again. It was a pretty darn good original thought. If you believe that you pray, if you are going to stand up and defend your ability to pray, then you are admitting that you can telepathically communicate. There's no audible words. There's nothing typed or written. No, Santa Claus did not get a motherfucking letter. You sent an idea in your mind to something somewhere else, and somehow a miracle dropped in your lap. That's called telepathic communication and feedback. You ain't just communicating, you getting feedback. You a magic, you a magician. And so that's what, like on the Chinese side, the Japanese side, there was one point that those mantras, I found them online. Mantras, hymns, whatever proper category one would put that into, a blessing. Some, anyways, and um, and so literally when I started looking up online and that stuff came to me, that's not stuff you normally find. I've had some pretty top notch people walk up to me and ask me where I got my mantras from. They literally walked up. I got my mantras there in front of me because that's what I take, and I'm reading it at this place, and the owner of the place walks up. He goes, "Where'd you get that? Where'd you get those?" I was talking about my mantras, talking about all my. He said, "People don't normally get that. That's not something people naturally like get. It doesn't matter if it's available online. You're not going to pull it up. It's not going to come across your feed. How'd you get that?" When the Chinese portion, Japanese portion, it was Chinese. When it came to me, I looked online. I was like, "Is there any Chinese celebrations or whatever going on?" And they were actually having it in America. Wouldn't have known if damn things going on and be just any other normal day. It was, but I looked it up and they were having a week long or 10-day long, week long festival celebration ceremony, whatever. This very special thing they do every year, not just the New Year's thing. It was something that's beyond that, and and that came to me, and that was no doubt those spirits, those consciousness, those ET beings, those ones with the ability to pick up my frequency. And they were picking up my frequency and directed my mind to their origin country. I'm in America. I can't make it over to China. I don't, I don't have the funds for that. I'm not that guy. And yet the spirits, the ancestors, the divine ones themselves from that land, from that history, literally sent me direction in my mind and my heart, causing me to connect with them during the celebration, during that moment of the year. That's that's a connection beyond physical touch. That's family and being surrounded while physically alone. Normally we're alone and we're like, yeah, it's happy, it's good, whatever, but really in the back of our fucking head, we've got a pick at our heart and we're, ah, you motherfucker, I wish I was hanging out with somebody. We just don't want to hang out with an asshole. We just don't want to hang out with a fucking user. We just don't want to hang out with somebody who's going to irritate the fucking piss out of us all day and then get upset when we fucking bit back at them. We just want to have a good buddy. That's all. Good buddy. Good buddy. Hey, buddy, keep it going. What do I think of Lao Tzu and the Buddhist Zen koans? I don't, I don't know. Okay, on the Buddhist side of things, I know some things, but I have not been to a Buddhist temple. I have, I, when I started this path, I'm telling you, it was 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and I read Friedrich Nietzsche for the first time ever. I read Edgar Allan Poe. I'm sure I read one of his books or something in grade school. I'm positive that happened, but I don't fucking remember an ounce of it. I read Edgar Allan Poe for the first time, quite a bit of his work. I don't know, a few weeks ago or whatnot. I'm not usually looking into everybody else and their opinions and stuff. However, when I find an authentic shaman individual who's connected, everything they're saying, everything they're doing, I'm like, boom, I'm right up with it. I'm like, boom, I'm living it. They on the front lines, I'm on the front lines. They got some specifics that they're working with, whereas I have some specifics I'm working with. They're different specifics, so they don't exactly line up, but at the core root of everything, the models, the format, it's all the same. It's just different for their audience. And so we're becoming quite active and I don't know if he's alive or not. They're heel goth, but I often read a lot of their others works, and I'm like that's a brother. Just everything I'm reading, that's a brother. He's realized, and he's right. I'm right where he is. He's right where I was. We're we're carrying the same ball forward. The woozles. I was scrolling up on the comments, and yeah, we're talking about the woozles coming in and messing up stuff or whatever. It's funny to observe things, and I changed something up. And when I changed that something up after the second time that the stream like went out, then it stayed smooth. So that's what I was mentioning earlier. It's not always a negative thing. We may need to make an adjustment so that things flow smoother. The ceremony, the jam we threw down, that we just that I spoke, that we performed, that we I want to say we performed, but the spirit's like, no, you performed it. Okay, I performed, but it was a group effort. They're like, fine, okay, check mark on that. We'll take a group effort. um, though a divine ally can cause that technological disturbance so that I did the other thing And by doing the other thing, it cleared the space for the jam to be most effective. So, and it wasn't a big thing or anything like that. It was as easy as hitting a power button. It was as easy as that. And that's like, for me and myself, I pay attention. When I see an oddity happen, I pay attention. Because for myself, evil fucking runs from me. Evil doesn't stick around. Now, there is some shit out there that doesn't like me doing what I do, and they do try to trip me up. But I have learned over and over and over that the Divine Father Himself will allow them to trip me up so that we can learn their tactics ever much more better. I could fall down a few times. Hell, you could knock my ass down. I'm gonna get back up. But once we learn the repetition a couple times, well, people's strategies are not complicated. They're pretty straightforward. People don't have complicated patterns. People cannot keep up with a trickster, with a shapeshifter. And the reason why is because the shapeshifter, let's, instead of trickster, let's go with shapeshifter. Shaping forms, shaping essence, shaping, changing, shape shifting as in emotional archetype. Okay, so we're all anger, and I want to switch it to happy, and I have the power within me to shape shift and to shift to happy. Now, if you take somebody in the regular world and regular individual, they're going to go from anger, and they have to go through all of this processing system to get to happy. Whereas a shapeshifter, they can literally just go whop, and they shifted. This comes with knowing thyself. It comes down to a mental reality that can literally break the functioning of the body. A shapeshifter is somebody who has more than worked on themselves. They know every ounce of everything they've ever done. They've accepted it, they've come to terms with it. They can jump loops around it. They could jump from a angry state to a happy state because all of those are being fed properly. I'm not feeding the anger so that I'm angry, but I acknowledge the anger that is within me that can be excited at any moment. I acknowledge it's there. So since I acknowledge its presence, if it starts to vibrate, then I can get onto it right away. In the moment. In the moment of what's happening, because I'm not dealing with a history of events. Let's get real practical. You get into chatting with somebody, you turn into friends. All of a sudden, and out of seemingly nowhere, months down the line, you ain't talking to each other and you're angry at each other every day. You're biting back and forth, snipping back and forth, and nobody fucking understands why. I'm going to explain why. It comes into play with everything else we're talking about here, as far as shape shifting, being able to shift from one emotional state to another and still be cognitively okay and solid and grounded and all that good stuff. Going back to our situation, the two friends met. They jived, they joked, they played games that weren't so nice on each other. Yeah, it's a friend thing. We're just jiving each other. Okay, you could take an elbow against you. Eventually, this picking back and forth, which is playful and accepted between the two people as regular ongoings, one day pops up and one of these individuals is not having a good day. They don't have the ability to communicate. They don't know how to fucking say it. They're fucking bad. They're bad. They're not doing good. And the other friend, they do that little picking. And in that moment, the picking was like a motherfucking sword to the heart. You motherfucker. I lived and you poked? Ugh. No words came out. It was stuffed down because he says my friend, I don't care, I don't want to. And then every single day henceforth, that person remembers the infraction of the other person. Was it their fault? No, it was something that was allowed. It was inevitable event. It has nothing to do about timing. It was an inevitable event because you cannot throw missiles of attack, of poking, of prodding a person and expect them to be happy with that. You're either going to build a relationship with respect and honor, or you're going to destroy it by throwing shit on it. Anything that smells like shit, get the fuck away from me, man. Get away. That's you don't know how to take a fucking shower or wash your clothes. Go on, go on. I don't. You need a mama in your life, and I'm not. I'm not that. I'm not that one. I'm not here to teach you that lesson. Shit. We're covering some other topics here. Okay. That's what creates. It's the initial event, and then every single time it happens after that, it compiles and it compiles and it compiles. So, in order to get back to the original event, we have to unburden what happened today and what happened yesterday and what happened the day before. And we forgot all those things because we were just trying to be a fucking friend. We were just trying to be a friend. The person who can't keep up with this shapeshifter is the person who's making mistakes and they're literally stuck in an emotional past with a repeating erroneous present. The shapeshifter, the magician, the shaman, the oracle, this individual who's done the shadow work, knows what they've done in their past. They're okay with it. They can accept it. My daughter's died. I cry about it often enough on the live. My mom, everything, okay? Shit, more than just shit happens. But I've looked at every angle possible and I can live with it. I can pour the tears and fucking destroy an enemy in front of me at the same time. I can transmute energy instantly. Because I know every aspect of myself. And there's some aspects of myself where I know they exist, but they have not had their free day to act. When it needs to happen, it'll happen. And they just chilling on the recliner, eating some fucking cheese puffs and drinking coffee till that day comes up for their number. But I know my different personalities, I know my different energies, and I can shift comfortably. I can leave this moment behind because I already cleared my register of all the past shit that happened, all the people that couldn't deal with me or accept me or whatever the fuck. I'll say la vie, motherfucker, in the most loveliest of ways. You get your life and I get mine. I found what's worth fighting for. But going back to shapeshifting, personality types, archetypes, emotional archetypes, emotional energies. One knows their self so well. The whole tarot deck, the whole oracle deck, the whole book, all the information. We've been living it so long. We know all that aspect behind our ears and everything. So we can shift. We have those past problems already squashed. There's no constant problem in today and in the moment. So I can shift from where I am to another archetype because there's no baggage being left behind. I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to go back over there and I'm going to come back over here because these are my chakra energy centers within my body up and down my spinal column. Okay? That resonance, that's everything. That changes everything. That's what will allow you to shift and change so that no enemy can keep up with you. See, the enemy, they have to call in reinforcements for what they are not. They have to call in somebody else to help bully you because they're not the end all be all. They can't shift. They're stuck. They actually don't truly have free will. You do, and you can shift. So while they're busy calling for backup, you already shifted and you handled the situation. So by the time somebody comes and shows up, they're like, "Why the hell did you call me? Everything seems all right. What's your problem?" And now they look like an idiot. And the bully looks like an idiot enough. Well, you know what happens to that? Pride gets destroyed. You ain't Mr. Smarty Pants after all. Guess you gotta go back to the books. 'Cause bad people with bad intentions will only continue to do what they do until something better comes along. Because they've been able to sell the biggest, coolest thing. Be the bully, be the one at the top, be the one that can control others. That's the way the world's been, from the top to the bottom. And you can change that. You can move faster than them. You can accelerate beyond me because you can shift. And we can all shift and change. So we will go beyond each other to the left and to the right, up until we will cover all space. Interesting fish cat. You saw a house with a massive blue eye on it the other day. That's cool. You know what? That that one made me think of something. I'm just gonna say I read it from user and user JG said everyone stay off the streets in the dark of the moon. When I read those words, my soul resonated with that's a lot of truth right there. It's a lot of truth right now. Um, okay. Affirmation confirmation. So you have the event. You have the event wind up occurring, and it leaves you like saying, "Did that really happen?" Then you have a confirmation, a second occurrence. Someone comes up, they saw it, they heard it, they had their own experience, and they confirm your original experience, either directly or indirectly, but they confirm it. And then we move into affirmation. And affirmation would be the equivalent of a scientist coming up and saying, there's your results. I studied it, paid attention to everything, and here's your results. A legit scientific explanation of what just happened. Event, confirmation, affirmation. Once you get to affirmation, you now are in a state of 100% belief. Belief is not something you choose. You don't choose to believe in anything. Your body reacts to your environment, and that's how you proceed, through reward. I'm going towards a reward. I want something better. That's what I'm heading towards. We hear about something and we desire to believe it. But until it happens to us, 99.9% of the time of this, but when the event actually happens, that's when we can go, whoa. But we don't believe instantly. We doubt because we've only heard of it. Nobody's confirmed it. There's no proof on the TV. No one else. So we're doubting ourselves. We're wondering, is this really going on? And then somehow, some way, we talk to somebody, that somebody talks to us. Maybe another thing of a similar proportion happens, and there's someone standing next to us, and we go, "Did you see that?" And they said, "Yeah, I saw that." And you're like, "Fucking knew it, knew it." Now that's real. I got a witness that just saw what I saw. That's real. Confirmation to shit. It's out there. I don't understand it, so I don't exactly want to work with it yet. Here's a little tip. If you start working with something that you don't understand, you're likely to develop bad habits. It is a it's hard to remove a bad habit. A bad habit can ruin the greatest teacher's instruction. So when I get into learning something, I want to know it's the meat, it's the source, it's the real thing, the real McCoy. Give me the real thing, because I don't want to start off with bad habit. I don't want to work and deal with clearing off bad habits. No, thank you. And so we keep that confirmation, and that's like a little nugget of truth that we keep. That's us believing in magic, even though we're going into church or following religion or agreeing with what everybody else says. And then when we get technical data on what we experienced and was confirmed, we can actually literally shift into actual belief, because now I can work with it. Now it's materials and tools and stuff that I can actually grab, and I got tweezers here, and stuff I can actually work with is feasible to me, tangible. I understand that hitting that makes a sound. There's something I saw yesterday, which was affirmation that I was not looking for, but it's something I've been doing for a long time. And I see certain videos and documentaries and things pop up, and then I do some research, and I'm like, dang, okay. I'm on to something here. I'm on to something. Keep on going. Keep on going. Because believe it or not, we share everything. We share everything. On this road, we have things like copyright and dotty dotty, this, that, this. Which, hey, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's good. Everybody gets what they need, so forth. But I'm just got a different tune on all that here. If we, well, for me to be a telepathic individual, to know that everybody else on the world can telepathically communicate and does, whether they consciously recognize it or not, then there's nothing I'm really hide. There's nothing to hide. I get great ideas. I get great ideas. They're not all, you don't need to do all of them or nothing, but I just get idea. I'm an idea person. And a lot of things I do and try myself, but there's a lot of things outside my bounds I'm not going to touch or mess with because, like I see a chemist and they're mixing stuff and they're like, look what this does. And I'm like, sheesh, I'm gonna burn the place down if I start messing with that stuff. I already know who I am. I'm gonna be like, oops, I didn't pay attention to how many scoops I put in. Let's see what happens. I know me, I know me. Um, I like to play scientist. I don't have the beaker bottles and the tubes, and I'm not that kind of scientist. So I get these ideas that are fundamental about the body, the brain, the being interactions, and then I wind up reading articles online about actual scientific research, doings, going ons of just that same sort of information lining up. They're not relating to what I was talking about, but the topic is on point, and they're hitting science where I was all in the heavenly spiritual clouds. And so I can see where those actually are describing the same event. They have a different language to describe what I'm experiencing, and they're able to actually look it up. And so, in this telepathic sharing of information, that's why I've opened up my doors, all of my doors, no hidden door. I opened up all my doors on the spiritual side and said, boom, broadcast, send it out. I got that idea. I'm working on it. Is there a scientist that could discover this shit? Do it. I don't care if you get the Nobel Peace Prize and I don't. At least humanity got the gift. At least humanity was able to understand what's been going on. And some people are builders. Some people can build it. Some people are manufacturers. They can manufacture it so that there's global distribution. I can't globally distribute anything if I wanted to. I couldn't make enough. That's beyond me. I need help from other people. It's a big world out there, and you have the ability to shift and change and be anything you desire to be. Thanks for saying you're awesome, bro. Boom. Okay. Thank you. Heelgoth. I love this comment. Cells don't gatekeep the information to grow different cells, even if they're functionally identical. It's just not natural to ask for a cut for someone taking inspiration from. Like, exactly. Exactly. And that's why I flipped to like, okay, screw the copyright. Like, I copyrighted my book, the first edition, because I was like, that's some original shit, and people gonna steal these ideas or whatever. I gotta make sure like I got a connection, and that's that. But then after that, ninth edition, whatever, I haven't done anything with it. Um, but like everything's shareable. Like the word or the name isn't, it's got the registered mark or whatever. Like by sharing, we can all grow faster. People, I see people have ideas and they keep the idea. It's a beautiful idea. It could benefit a lot of people. And they hold the idea, they guard it, they gatekeep, and then they're like, no one else can have it. This person's gonna grow, they're already freaking adults. They're gonna die. This is never gonna happen in the world. Nobody can do anything with it because they're gatekeeping the gift that came in for humanity to have. And that's why we have been slow to evolve. That's why we've been slow to receive the updates from our ET brethren. Plain and simple. It's because greed, anyways, blah, blah, blah. We already know that. So that's why I'm on the flip side. That's why I go to sharing everything. I send out that information, and I believe 100% that that is a huge reason why certain articles come up, outline scientists doing things, scopes looking into space, all sorts of things. There's an energy moving in our world, and so I like to support that energy. Send information on that energy. If there's energy moving, then I can toss some updates, some information into that energy field that other people get. And that's going on blast, going on sending, rather than hermit mode for the intake, but flipping that to the output. And in that way, we're all connected, and I feel like I'm working with everybody in the world. You know, I, I say I've had this idea for a good long while. We are all millionaires. Yes, we're all millionaires. Because isn't it funny that you get an idea, you say it to somebody, and like 2 freaking weeks later, nowadays might be the same day, you see a fucking product being offered of your idea. You never seen it before, but now it's there because you spoke about it. All right. And we're all aware of people stealing ideas, right? Yeah, okay. That's when I recognized, okay, you want to steal my ideas? Let me come up with more ideas. I'm the idea dude. I'll come up with ideas, you create the world. Sounds like a great teamwork. So I just started fucking thinking and sharing and sharing. And I'll tell you what, this is how you're a millionaire. If you could think of an idea, share it verbally with somebody, and now it's available to the world's inhabitants for $4.99. That's a fucking win if you ask me. I didn't have to deal with distribution. I didn't have to deal with insurance. I didn't have to deal with blah 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 blah. Thank you for my $4.99 created object. Y'all did a pretty good job. Maybe you can fix this up on the next version. Thanks though. And have what we have. We create the world. Some people, they they don't know where all their ideas are coming from. They just get the ideas and they write a script or draw a cartoon or create a movie or whatever the case. Because we send the ideas to each other, we're creating our world. So if we stop gatekeeping our own ideas and go on fucking output and sending our ideas out to the universe, we're going to have a different kind of world. Flipping the script. No violence needed. I'll be right back. We'll hit the John. Commercials? Will never be commercial. I don't know, whatever. We gotta fix something. I'll figure out something. Oh, and Evie, you were like, you mentioned an hour and 30 minutes, and some people have asked me in the past, but um, I've went 4 hours consecutively, 4 hours plus. It went into the 5 hours. It was if I think it was 4 hours plus. It might have touched 5 hours, but it was definitely plus 4 hours of consistent ceremonial speak through. So I went to the temple, and the priests, man, they were just the way they could read, and then there would be ceremonial days, man, sis, and they would be like, they would literally go for like 8 straight hours. Like, holy fuck. I was like, damn. They put Eminem to shame. Bro, I don't give a fuck. Go hang out with some Indians that know how to throw down. I'm talking about on the ceremonial side. They put any rapper to shame as far as I heard, man. I don't give a hoot. I don't care what your name is. I don't care how popular it is. I don't care what you're singing about. Holy sheep shit. Holy sheep shit. They gave me something to strive for. They became my new role models for a good long while. And so for me, you might not have noticed it, and you might have noticed it depending. But there was a moment when I was doing that reading, when I was going over the jam, and I literally started to rock back and forth, like not a heavy rock, but there was just like a little like rock going on. And when the ceremony activates the body, just using sound bowls and stones, no words like I spoke this morning, I was doing these jams for people, and at some particular point, I'm gonna stand up and do it. People started, I'm gonna do is they started going like this during the jam. And so, like, the first person, I'm like, what the heck? And then it happened to a second person, and I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, because I've been doing it for like months already, and then this started happening. And like, it wasn't anything bad, they didn't say anything bad about it. And I asked them, I was like, were you just doing that naturally, or and they were like, it just happened. It just, not a nervous thing, it's different, like, you're like fucking rocking back and forth, that force shit. It's not that. It's this natural, like, you could stop it if you want to, but it's just this soft little rhythmic kind of. Anyways, what it is, I looked it up, and what it is, it means that essentially there's an activation of the chakras, and the activation of the chakras leaking, like literally pouring its energy out, literally causes the body to have rhythmic motion on its own propulsion without the mind's direction. It's pretty, it's some kooky, awesome stuff. And so when I read for a good long while, I'll throw myself into that. I'm like, I get myself into that state of being, and that really sets me up for the day. That really gets my mind, my energy going. Um, and I've had a desire in me to go for 24 hours. I haven't done it, but like I think that'd be a pretty powerful jam. But essentially, there's a multitude of things happening And so by extending the duration of time, like, so normally I would go to temples or whatnot and they would have ceremonies. And the ceremony is for one specific event, okay? And there may be multiple ceremonies going on during the day, but each one is held in its own place. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's perfect. It's good what they're doing. All that stuff. I'm in total in league, in line, in tune with it. But what I wind up doing, my personality type, my archetype, my character, my spirit, my unfettered, uncontrolled, unbound essence of who I am says, ooh, I want to put all of those things together. That's a good thing about wisdom. That's a good thing about protection. That's a good thing about mama providing blessings, food, whatever. So I'm like, you know what? I don't want to separate those prayers. I want to put them together. And here's what I discovered. I'm just going to use the word God to be simple. Divine being, archetype, creator, ET, let's, whatever. Okay, let's go with the ET brethren. So if I'm communicating to one ET brethren, we're replacing God with ET brethren here. Like God, not. It's not the construct. They're like an ET brethren, like that. All right. So communication. My mind took a left. It took a left. I'm not going to fish that thought back. I'm going to let it just go wherever it was going. Oh, there we go. I like to bring it. That's where we were. I've got it. As soon as I let go of it, it came back. That's what happens. Okay. So if I'm praying, if I'm communicating with one person, then it's a one to one, right? Just you, uh, whatever else. If I'm communicating, it's one to one. But if I actually start talking to the person next to you, you get the idea. Then they're in the group. They're in that presence. You know how you can be in a room and feel alone because other people, their energy is joined together, it's copulated, and their energy says that your frequency doesn't belong there. And that's why you're alone because what you're up to is not what they are up to. And that's why that happens. So that with that being said and known and experienced, if I am communicating through prayer to one God, then that's all that's going to listen. They're going to be alone. But if I pray to one, two, three, four, five, mom, dad, son, brother, guess what? They're all in the same room. It brings them together. We unify our ancestors by speaking their name together. This is the thing about the Egyptians, okay? I'm going to share some good stuff with you here. People would argue it, and whatever the case, let's go ahead. The Egyptians fucking nailed down how to fucking make the magic happen. No flip, flam, blam, crap. Here's how to do what you're gonna do to manifest the fucking change. That's it. Every other fucking religion I found has impediments. Now, I'm not saying words of respect are honorable and they should be taken out like Om or Namaha. I say these one out. Yeah, I say Om. I say a name. I say Namaha. Om. I say the name Nama. I do this myself. But one thing the Egyptians taught me, even with their own names, calling the Great 42 to come down to really give a great measurement of what is at hand, they don't want me to mention any names of respect or honor. They want me to mention their name. Their name brings their presence to me instantly. They're speaking their name, that's it. I don't care about the hit bam bam before. I'm your friend, I'm your bro, I'm your Joe, whatever. Let's go. That they're family. This is divine working, it's family. And a lot of different religions around the world, I'm not just mentioning, there's a lot of religious systems around the world, and they will put impediments so that you go on repeating it thousands of times when all you needed to do was say it once. There's an understanding of why we say it once and can make something happen, because we're activating the heart, we're activating all these different portions, the whole fucking body, the whole Buddhist meditation, that's coming into the system. We're doing that full activation, which is going to allow us to detach from our environment and all of, oh, I want this, I need that, all that crap. We're going to be able to detach from all of that shit. At the same token, we're going to follow that Hindu formula of connecting with the divine and bringing their blessings into the material world. Yes, a complete detachment from everything material and a connection with everything divine to be materialized on the earth. Ha! That is Midas touch. That is the ability to unify two opposites into one whole. That's how you manifest. That's how you keep going forward. So the name is the powerful essence, coming back to that accord. Speaking the name is the most important thing you can do in your day. Shiva, Asar, Sekhmet, Durga, Hathor, Freya, Frasier, Thor, Odin, any. You speak the name, they're gonna connect with you. That connection happens after you've established that bond, after you've created that bond, and then anytime you speak, it's yo, what's up, bro? But before that, there's always a special connection that you're gonna wind up going through so that that is secure. Let me use a practical application here. If you want your prayers to be heard best, pray during the blue hour. You can look it up, it's a real thing. The blue hour. Pray during the blue hour. It's a short window of time every day, and it changes every day. Just about. Every couple days for sure. It's when the veil is thinnest. And so in the beginning, when establishing a relationship with, let's say, Ordine himself, then I'm going to make my offerings, libations, drink offerings, fire, and whatever I do. I'm going to do that prayer at the blue hour. And so every single day it's going to be at the blue hour. It's 2 times in the sun, two times of the day the blue hour kicks up. And so I'm going to establish that for like 40 days plus. I'm not going to really keep count of it, but I'm definitely going to do it for darn near 2 months, if not longer. After doing it that long, then Ordine himself is going to, he knew, he's like, boom, this is okay. He's real. Everything's real. I'm watching him. He's calling me in on his day. I'm not calling on him to protect me or fix my life, but I'm like, bro, like, found out about you, connecting with you. And so that allows them to view our life. An ET, an extraterrestrial, an individual with space UFO technology certainly has the ability to peer down at our world and see what we're up to. So they can see our entire life. We open our life to the divine. Whatever divine we connect with, we open our life for complete inspection, complete looking at. Because the divine being that we're connecting with, whoever it may be, is able to actually taste human life by looking through our eyes, smelling through our nose, and sensing as we do. They're not overriding our life, they're not taking it over, but they can get those senses. They're connecting with us like we're connecting with them. It's a two-way street. Our soul's working with them and observing, we're learning. And so during that time, the introduction is formulating a solid connection. Once that connection is solid, it's been made, speak in the name every single time. It doesn't matter if it's a blue hour, the dark hour, a full moon, no moon, I don't care. I'm gonna connect. Because our hearts, our souls, they're connected. And so, in like the jam that was done today, all of those individuals from all the way around, they come together, not to fight each other, not because we said, you are bound and have to do what I say. No. They came in, they see a situation at hand, and they said, you know what, let's take care of this problem here. And they got to work on that one. And that's why a lot of times I don't. Like today, we did have a specific agenda and purpose. Something that was singular, very specific to an individual, and yet at the same time we were able to take the macro, the micro, if the individuals be the micro, and put it to the macro, of which anybody and everybody on the world going through that situation is going to have access to that type of healing, that path, that journey of being able to get out of that situation or have success in being able to take care of your children and make sure they're safe and protected. And that is the most important thing that any of us could do, is to provide a future in which our children are protected. And every single parent, that's our biggest concern, is the protection. They're going to be protected. They're going to have a roof. They're going to be fed. So we all concerned with. So just like that, then I take that as a micro and look at the macro on those who are all around our planet and within it, looking at us through other lenses or abilities in which we can't exactly detect them 100% of the time. And they're helping us grow. They want us to do better. They want us to connect with them more. Because the more we connect with them, the more they teach us of how to connect with each other. That's what I found. Spirit, demon, God, divine, angel, devil, good person, bad person. We all we are also massively the same. I've had people disagree with me on that line of thought throughout my entire life. But for what I see, we are very much the same. If we lack an experience, we fail to get a life lesson, we keep creating the same problem in our life. If we don't have anybody to come in and show us a better way to do things, we're stuck doing with whatever we saw dumb motherfucker doing before us that got them ahead. It's all we're doing. We're just trying to make it. Some people didn't get those lessons. So they still have greed in them. They still have those negative tendencies that hurts others. But if they had the experience, they just might gain the life lesson. And that would change everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. Man, there's a lot that I work with. And one of these groups of entities is full on rawr, rawr, like rawr. And they don't fuck around. And they are strictly on a contract basis. Yeah, you heard that correct. But because of things I helped these spirits with in past lives, because my character didn't change, because I kept doing good for them, even though the work was like our working together was done, I kept sending them good positive energy, and they thought it was a trick. So they literally watched me through 3 different lifetimes, which I didn't have any memory of putting those lifetimes together at all. Still oblivious to 2 of them, but they watched me and they saw my character and they said, you know what? He's one of us. We're gonna roll with him every life. That's just the way that's gonna go. He's gonna do what he's gonna do. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. We 2 different sides of the coin, but we're gonna support this ally because every single time does nothing but good for us. So send us good energy. So I knew somebody, and I actually invited him over to my house, and we hang out and stuff. And I told him about the specific group of spiritual beings. I mentioned their grouping by name, and he was like, he jumped back. He was like, should I be afraid to hang out with you? And I was like, as long as you're not trying to hurt me, they're not trying to sign up for any extra work. They're not trying to do anything extra. I mean, if you come at me for some reason, like they'll act on their own accord. So they're just out to protect me and anybody I find that carries the kind of vibration that I have. It's the friends and the ancestors. How many movies or first-hand stories might you be aware of or be in the very position yourself currently in the moment where a father wants to pass something on to his child, but the son doesn't listen, the son doesn't work with it, the son is not a son as the son should be a son to the father, and so the father winds up finding a stranger to be kind to and winds up treating that stranger like the son he never had because that stranger is actually he is carrying the vibration and frequency of his son. The other person, you could believe me or not, but their soul was an imposter. They were a bad person. They deserved not to be reincarnated, and they got shot into the chain through some bad juju stuff they've been doing and took somebody's place. Literally. Now that is a destiny swap. That's why that child was never like that adult parent, whatever the case. What I'm getting to is that the spirits, there's a lot of them out there, and they have children on this earth that are still living, but every single one that pops out keeps doing bad stuff. So they don't pass the gift on. They don't provide the, they protect the life, but yeah, everything else, the gifts aren't passed on. And we, as humans, shamans, wise men and women, truly walking amongst the spiritual world, when we make contact and this ancestor sees that we are going to honor their gift and be a son or a child that they never had, daughter, whatever the case, they literally will pass those blessings on to us. That's real. GA. How do I shake the evil spirits that are on me? We are live. I'm live. Whatnot. I'm live 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it'd be -4 GMT if you're somewhere else in the world. And we'll be going over an extensive blessing tomorrow. And so if you got some spirits on you, you need off of you. Uh, this will literally, they won't want to come back around you, that's for sure. Though in a very direct way, and what one can do themselves in such a situation, and something I've admonished in a multitudious of ways, is to close the door. Now I'm going to give you something to do within your mind. It's a visual working. It has great effect. And then I'm going to recommend physical action to follow the visualization. A little 1-2 to your manifestation. Okay, first of all, the person that's giving you bad energy that you don't like, whoever that person is, it's important that you do it when you are emotionally charged and they're in your head. Okay? And it's not a happy moment when that happens. These are not moments you want to have. This is why you're asked the question, like in that in that line of thought. And so when that happens, you're going to pop within, visualize black background. They're standing there. You place a brown door frame and door with a golden knob and golden hinges, but it's cracked. It's open, and you still see them a little bit. Maybe see the edge of their pant leg or arm or something. And without moving towards them, with your mind, you close the door. The brown door is closed, and then you, with your mind, draw a square and an X within that square, color red. After that, delete their contact information, delete their pictures, delete the shit. Do you want their energy in you? Do you want it around you? If you have their contact available to reach you in the phone, that means you have opened up a portal that they can access you through. So if you close those portals and say, no, I don't want to hear from them. No, 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 I don't want to. I'm done. I'm moving on with my life. Then you are literally telling divinity, ET, whoever can see your thoughts and see your actions, they're going to make sure the environment follows that tunage very quickly. And that's what you can do on a personal level to do that. Sometimes, a lot of times, What this takes in one's action and behaviors that from at that moment, if there is forced interaction with this other individual, say at work, then one or two things are going to happen. You're going to be happy in your own love, living one vibrational energy. That's your joy, that's your happiness, that's whatever you're into. Whatever they think about, not important. You see them at work, wave, whatever. Oh, I'm forced to stand in their presence? Yeah, nice weather. Pretty good stuff. Oh, yeah. No, no rain. Yeah, been pretty dry. I'm not going to talk about anything important. I'm not getting deep into anything. All surface level communication. That's it. That's it. I'm keeping it simple and I'm not getting it. That's it. Nope. Nope. Not going down that rack. Not answering it. Not answering the question. Not playing the game. Not doing none of that. Now, either that's going to be able to be okay and you can move on, or that's not going to be okay, and their simple sight and seeing them is going to fester within you. That's time to quit that job. It's not a place to try to win, get them fired, make them be quiet. They're going to be who they are. And the likely truth is 20 other motherfuckers in that place are just like that individual. They just hide it better. You just didn't get close to them yet to learn about that. So it could be a very good indication that that is not a place that you should be at any longer. Otherwise, divine, ET, however you see it, they gonna make sure that that person ain't there no more for whatever reason. Who knows what the reason is? I don't know. But if I was supposed to stay and they were supposed to not be in my way, then that's what the universe will do. It's my responsibility to be present and to walk the path that lies ahead of me. And that path is my own path. Your path is your own path. We walking down many paths, and each one is very narrow, enough for one of us. And we can look over and see each other and shout out and give some good ideas. And seems like we're hanging out, but we all on our own path. And I say that because I don't care to tell people what to do. I don't care to say, do this, do that. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I share about my life. I share little tips of the tricks of the trade, and I get real personal. And yeah, you got to have a you audience, right? You. I try my best. I try my darndest not to do that. I work towards that, that's for sure. I do more than try. Dude, what? James? James Walden. What? Whoa, my stomach's feeling, it made some noise grumbling now. Ooh. Like, nothing bad. That's, that's, that's honorable comment, man. To combat bait, asked if I have a baby. I had two daughters and they passed away 3 years ago. But James, bro, I bless you as king of the shamans. You said you met some other shamans that weren't strong. I'll leave that there. On my path and on my journey, I've seen other people on the same shamanic path, and I see where they get hung up. I see where they get stuck. I see where they can't let go of something, or they're too scared to take the next road or the next path or whatever it is. And shit, things could change for me, and who knows how long. I don't want to speak the wrong things into existence, but if I gotta strap my boots on and take a walk, gosh darn it, now I'll do what I got to do. Fuck it, I've survived so much already. And the other individuals, they got on their path. They walked as far as they could, which is what we all do. And they got to a point where they just couldn't take the next step. Or they couldn't figure out what the next step was to take because it was hidden. And they didn't even know they were on a journey. And so I've continued through everything to see where somebody is failing and to go beyond that, to work beyond what they cannot succeed. I'm not angry at them. I'm not upset at them. They're a marker on my journey saying, yo, like you made some. And so everybody has helped me get to where I am. And I remember being a Jehovah's Witness, gosh, so many years ago. And my mom had died. And I saw the word power in a scripture, in a verse. And something about it, the power of God, power, just power spoke out to me like real power. I don't have power. When I was a little kid, I was angry because I was little and I'd see my mom getting beat up and I couldn't do nothing. I wasn't strong enough to open a fucking door. So when I read about the power of God, and I saw it differently, I saw power as something different. Not the way men use it, not the way men or people do what they do, but real godly divine power, the ability to have events literally change before your eyes to be more attuned to give you a better future. Real power, power to protect. And on this whole journey, going to the temples, being a part of ceremonies, there's this one ceremony they had 30 drums going, full size drums for bro. Bro. Otherworldly experience, completely magical. And I put it all together. And now that power, the only way I want to use it is to protect the weak, to protect those who were taken advantage. Like I said before, my life already fucking hit the fan. My mom passed on, my wife left me, took my daughters, then they passed on. I lost. I already lost in this life. People don't get it. People don't understand. I already lost. I could have everything at my fingertips. I already lost. But I can help you win. I can help you conquer all of those obstacles just by being a friend. Just by being a friend, by being there, by being present. And that's why the divine Father, the divine Mother, they are you. You are them. You possess that power. That power lies within you. to conquer the enemies, whoever, an ugly boss, a mean-spirited person, jealousy from other people, canceling out your good things that are supposed to be coming to you. You have power. And if you honor it, you can use it. And that's why I express over and over that the heart is so important to develop. The heart is the main place to start. Because if your heart is pure, then you're not going, when you have that power accessible to you, you will not lash out and hurt people. You don't need me, and you don't need no person telling you or showing you or making you be godly. You're enough. You are enough. Your heart, following that heart, that's your North Star. People around you are going to say, lie. Tell them this. It'll go easier for you if you cheat. They'll be nicer to you if you lie and pretend like you're one of them. Your heart, they had to tell you that because they could hear your heart guiding you on a divine path. And they had to cancel that voice out with their own. Humans. It's humans. Every spirit I've ever made contact with, dark or light, chaos or order, they weren't bad. They might not have been doing good, and they might have been lashing out at whoever came around them, but they weren't bad. They were good. They just been stuck in a bad position for a long time. And that's why, for me, to conquer something, to conquer an enemy, to conquer an obstacle, it does not mean that I have to hurt them. It doesn't mean that I have to win or get their position or take what they had. They could keep it all. That's not that. But when I conquer somebody, I move beyond them. They are no longer an obstacle. And that allows me to live my life freely. It allows me to continue doing as I desire to do. If I want to study this book, I could study that book. If I want to play this video game, I could play that video game. If I want to get some pizza, I'll go get some pizza. But other people come in, and then it's like, and we do it nicely, like, what do you want to eat? And then the other person is like, whatever you want to eat. And then one thing turns into another, and you're literally arguing with each other, full volume, fucking throwing things at each other. And it started with being nice and saying, what would you like to eat? I'm hungry. I'll eat anything you like. You're up for, we'll munch on that. But if we were just honest from the start, I'm hungry. I want to go get a burger and fries. What would you like? Is that cool with you? Or we pick something up and we'll get it to go and we'll go to a park, get something for me where I want to get you, something for you. We'll go eat it somewhere. What I like going to hang out at a cemetery. If you ask me, have some food out there at the cemetery, and spirits get to eat the food. Let it sit there for a little bit. They get to munch on it, and they're feeling the good resonance and the good vibes. I mean, cemetery, everybody comes there. They're always sad. And go to a cemetery and bring a good, happy heart, and those spirits are going to be pretty happy and be like, woo, hey, yeah, it's a party out of nowhere. Whoop, whoop. Just because it's not Halloween doesn't mean the other side of the veil is not there. Don't mean the ancestors just sleeping and slumbering forever. I like the holidays because they are holy days, and the holy days are huge markers on respecting particular cycles of life, and then learning how to integrate those cycles, yearly cycles, into daily, weekly, regular cycles. Definitely created. I was looking at your comment there, the one you had made about believing you were reincarnated to learn and break your past life cycles, and then remembering what you had put there yesterday and so forth. And I, at the beginning of my life, when I was 5 years old, and every day I was like, who am I? I got to remember who I am. I didn't ask who am I. I said, I got to remember who I am. I got to remember who I am. That's how I just like stuck in religion and everything, not knowing no magic or nothing. But I'm like, I got to remember who I am. And then when I remembered who I am, and I started being able to like spark other people's like I walk around with the flint. You know, you got the chakra, you got this. Oh, I just walk around with some flint and put some sparks on that. It kicks up your root chakra and gets your whole life moving. And and so I feel honored to be part of your life. Uh, in that comment that you put there. Take care for a second. If I didn't miss you. Your thanks. I'm gonna call you DC if that's all right. Differently created. But very welcome, very welcome. So the first time I went to a cemetery to hang out, I was with uh, I was with an ex, and it was early in knowing and being with her, and she had talked about wanting to go have a picnic at the cemetery, and I remember my 5 year old self. Dude, I'll do anything. I'll run off into the woods, no map, no trail, no markers. I'll run for hours. I don't know how I found my way back, except spirits, God, divine, ETs, somebody looking after me and guiding me. So seriously. But I've not been the fearful type of person. That's not me. I, uh, fuck, I'll run towards it. Is that fear? Let me run towards it, you know? If it's got a legitimate reason why I shouldn't mess with it, well, then okay, I can respect it and other people can mess with it, whatever the case. But like, she had wanted to go have a. She talked about going to a picnic, having a picnic at a cemetery for so long. Like nobody ever done it with her. Well, I love doing firsts. You know, I knew this one lady. She, anyways, and so I was like, "Yo, let's go, bro. Yeah, let's go grab some snacks from the store, whatever. Let's do it." And it was rather a peaceful experience. It was a rather nice experience. And on my walks, I've taken walks and walked past a few different cemeteries, and I'll go up and look for like my birthday or something. You know, it's just always I'll always kind of do that. And those bones, those ancestors, those individuals, it's one thing we haven't fully integrated into our society, fully integrated into our society, is the acknowledgement of our ancestors, of those beloved ones. And we don't have to be solemn when we're thinking about them. We can be happy. They want us to be happy. If we work with them, they'll make miracles happen so that we can be happy. And it's learning how to correctly communicate with them. My mother passed. You mentioned your Grammy, and my mother. I was close with my mother. So after my mother had passed, I had some experiences which was not anything I was familiar with talking to people with or knowing about or anything of the sort. But I kept picking up hints of my mother, and I knew that it wasn't a demon, it wasn't just some ghost or apparition, it wasn't just God or some angel, it was my mother. It was my mother. If it was something else, it's because my mother got up in their grill wherever she was and said, "You go take care of my son. I'll go take care of him. You can't go. Ah, then you go." So he's a good boy. You go take care. You protect him. And if my mom can do that from after her life passing on for me, then I can certainly do that for others that I meet and share time with and all that good stuff. The doors we open up for each other really, really is a beautiful thing. Um, yeah, we all do grieve differently. That's that is a reality. The one thing we do share in common is that the last memory we have of that person is quite often the emotional memory, that the emotional state that we're going to come into being with that memory. Okay. So I remember my mom passing on and all of that, the ending, the closure. But I look beyond just that memory. I look at all the memories, the good, the bad, the ugly, the lessons, how I am just like her, how I look like her, this, that, all of the sort, all of the sort. And so now, after all of that, I have positive memories. I look back and we fought and we learned and we grew and we laughed and this and that. And so everything, the last memory I have of my mother is the happy good times and the lessons, and that's all on the surface of my thoughts. So every time I think of my mother, even though I might have tears that pop up because she's not around, that they're happy memories. Those tears falling are happy because I'm remembering like she's next to me, and that usually means her spirit's next to me. That's why I'm emotionally moved. That's why I have energy popping out as tears, because her presence is actually closer during those particular moments. Speaking their name is powerful. When we go to sleep, it's kind of like the electricity gets turned off. And kind of like, you've been on a phone call all day. And if you ever had one of those long phone calls and you're passing out, "Hey, are you awake? You awake? Hey, are you awake?" Ah, man, they passed out. I'm hour later. Oh, they're asleep for sure. And finally hang up. And so that phone call has to be reestablished the next day, simply by speaking their name, especially with a heartfelt emotion attachment. It's going to bring them back. It's going to bring that connection back with them. Interesting, differently created. The port that you put, like, they're cool, they're calm, as long as you don't probe them with many questions, of course, and being disrespectful. I don't have questions for spirits. I don't have questions for all of that. I got a lot of answers. I ain't saying I know everything, okay? I asked all the questions I wanted. I got all the answers I needed. But, like, I became aware of some stuff in my past. And if you don't know what you're talking about, the wrong question can really kind of distract you, can put you on a wrong path. So, a lot of, I don't even know what to ask. I don't know what to ask. I know what I do. I know who I am. I know the energy I resonate. I know I'm hooking some good stuff up. I just leave it at that. I get details that fill in, confirmations, validation, those things, affirmation. We talked about confirmation and affirmation earlier. And my mind went in another direction, and I'm like, I don't know where I was a second ago, but I finished that other thought out of my mind, and so, oh, questions, yeah, I don't know. I've never had questions for spirits. It's kind of like, hey, I'm trying to save the world. You want to join up? No? All right. You causing problems with the world? Clean up your act, or I'll send you off. And then they go roar, and all the flame and their weapons come out, and I'm like, hey, mama. And then they're like, whoop, and I never see or hear from them again. So I just looking for friends. I just looking for more friends until the world becomes a friendly place. Blah 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 blah. Bro, congrats on that, James Walden. Oh, cool. I'm checking out the comments real quick. Lauren, I do readings here. I do. I'll do one for you if you want. I saw Five of Cups and Two of Swords were pulled. And I want to read those meanings. Okay, thanks for sharing that, DC. Uh, there's somebody in my energy field, and that's how they feel. I, I'm like, as soon as I read the explanation, the card, the info you put there, which I appreciate. Like, I was like, yeah, I know who that is. It's not me. I keep filling my cup, so if I pour it out, I'll pour some libations out. You know what I'm saying? But I don't need a. I don't need a. I, I see all my stuff around me here. I know what I'm working with, and all right, I'll go. You want me to go? I'll go there. Tactics, real world, emotional tactics, man. Getting down to the nitty gritty. I know my worth. I know what I'm capable of. I've been to a place and they needed some holes dug. That's it. Okay, so I know what I'm capable of. I know what I can affect. I know what I can do. On a physical level and on a magical level. Okay? Real world effects all the way through and through. I went to this one place. They said we need 5 holes dug. I don't know. I'm just throwing 5 as a number. It could have been any number. So we need these 5 holes dug. We need them dug so far because we need to put these posts in. I said, is that it? They kind of chuckled. They said, "Yo, you're going through the mountain. This is stone. This isn't regular like dirt you're going through." And I was like, "Okay. And do you have this and this and this hand tools? Just some three." He was like 3, maybe 4, 3 different hand tools. I wound up over digging every hole. I had to refill every hole because I dug it too deep because they said it was straight like stone, you know, mountain, rock, like, and it was. And I came to him before noon. It wasn't even noon yet. Was it noon? Maybe. The day was halfway over, if that. And I came up to him with them tools. I was like, next. Their fucking jaws hit the floor. They were like, what the fuck? They couldn't believe it. I I will work and I'll do my thing, but if I can't do it chatting with you, being real, like screw it, because I'm just gonna help you out and you help me out. So I'm not a slave to you and you're not a slave to me. I'm not dictating how much you pay me and I'm not expecting to be paid, but I know you're gonna do something good for me and that's good enough for me. I'll bust my ass. I'm happy to do so. At the end, because of insurance and the grounds and everything, the dude was like, I was like, well, I can't work here anymore, obviously. The dude went in front. He was the head honcho of the whole site. He went into all of his employees, and because somebody came and told me, and he literally went to, well, many people. He told me, say, I'd happily let every single one of you go to keep him, me. I know my worth. So I'm gonna walk into an environment, and I'm going to At first, I'm going to pay attention. I'm just going to observe. The atmosphere is going to change because of my presence, period. I'm not saying I'm someone special. I'm just saying my presence changes an atmosphere. So everybody's adjusting to a new atmosphere because I'm learning what they were. They're kind of trying to figure out what the heck I am. And there's going to, if I continually visit that place, there's going to be some type of alignment, cohesion that happens, a fusion. Okay. After that fusion, after that blending coming together, after that fusion happens, then I'm going to drop in, boom, an awesome good thing. And everybody's going to see it. Everybody's going to know about it. Everybody's going to hear about it. It's going to be on the low, but it was enough to get word around. So people know my good nature. They know what I'm capable of on a good natured scale. In that moment, people start talking. I get a friend here, I get a friend there. And then the bully that's been there the whole time, the sly motherfucker causing all the problems that nobody could figure out where it was coming from, that's when that motherfucker picks his head up and he comes after me. And that's when I turn around and walk away. I'll take whatever lick I got coming to me. I'll take whatever I did to deserve coming into your environment and changing it up. But at that particular moment, the community is either going to stand up and protect me or they are going to stay divided and I'm going to walk away. I showed you the best of what I got. Do you want to keep me? No? Let me pack my shit. That's my attitude. That's my way on life. Fuck you. The greatest thing you can throw on somebody is regret. And regret will sit with the bully who didn't act to keep a real fucking friend around. That shit's going to scar their heart for life and it's going to make them start treating people nice because they're going to be like, are you my friend? Are you my friend? Are you my friend? The bully has now been conquered through regret, through loss. So step in, make your splash, know the environment, walk the fuck out, and if they want you to stay, they will fight for you. They will call you and say, stay, we love you, don't go. And that's how I've been living my life for the past 12, 30, since my mom died in 2012. That's how I've been living my life. I don't care if it's been at the ex's parents-in-laws, at my own dad's physical dad's house. He disowned me. He said, I don't want a son. Good enough. Thanks for letting me know. 2 months after my mom passed away. Could have told me 10 years ago and I would have been happier all them days. That's for real. But the only reason why he said that is because there was a truth that was kept from me. And everybody around me knew this truth, but I didn't. And if I would have went back and told, if my mom would have been alive and I would have went back to my mom and said, yo, Dad said he doesn't want a son. What does that mean? I would have asked a question I was not ready for and it would have ruined my life. Not possibly, potentially, I don't know. But in his mind, for whatever reason, he waited till after she was dead to tell me that. He could have told me that at any point. That was not something he felt in the moment. That's something he felt from when I was in the womb of my mama. I always wondered why he wasn't there, why he didn't do things. And now I know. He didn't want me. That's okay. I can move forward. Now I can put the pieces together. See, I had a puzzle and I was missing 5 pieces, and all of these 5 pieces were at the center, and the center had a special picture, and I couldn't fucking see it, so I was pissed off, and my whole life was ruined because I didn't know what the fuck went there. And when he told me that, one might go, oh, that's so sad. But for me, huh, huh, I just finished the fucking puzzle. Yes! I can move forward. I could leave and not give a fuck. I could leave his house and not give a fuck about ever talking to him again. I get it. You know how many people have grown up without a dad? You know how many people grown up without a dad and a mom? You know how many orphans are alive right now in this day? And I'm not just talking about the kids stuck in someone else's house. I'm talking about you and me, who didn't have a real somebody there. Our moms died, our dads died. Whether it be to a drug, a substance, a religion, a fucking agency, whatever. But they died as a family member. These all about resurrection days, if you ask me. We all about the resurrection. Bring them back, bring them back. Speak their names, bring them back. Oh, Lauren, you're here. And I did not pull those cards, so I'm going to read one comment here from DC. Whoa, okay. I'm gonna grab my cards after this, Lauren. I apologize for the delay. Sorry, not sorry. No, much love. Um, DC, but I got chills when you said that, Citra. My whole family told me lies about my mother's passing. They all conferred and swore back, black and blue, it was a heart attack. Yeah, you know the truth. You know the truth. You know the truth. This is the power of the spirit, is that you know the truth, okay? It doesn't. It happens. I'm lied to, and I figure out the truth over here. I get the truth, and what do I want to do? I want to come back and fight this shit and be like, y'all are fucking wrong in the 3D world, right? That's just the way shit is, okay? The spirit, the divine direction that I've followed, regardless of what I want or anything, which technically I've been the spirit and walked away, anyways, but just the actual path to take is that now that you have the truth, you can ascend. They're fucking stuck where they are. They're not moving. Anything, if you go back, you're literally landing back in the trap. When the divine gives you the truth, it allows you to change your future. Your future being changed does not include you going back to fight. Let them have what they have. Take the new whatever it is to come. But yeah, man, yeah. All right, Lauren. Just give me a message. Let me know you're here. I'm pretty sure you are. I don't think you went anywhere, but I'm gonna pull these cards for you. I'm reaching out. I'll put the device away. Boom. It's over there, so I can't even. I'm not gonna no typing for me. I wonder if I waited too long. I don't think so. But just let me know if you're here, Lauren. Something in the chat log or whatnot. Boom, boom. Sweet. Boom, boom. And somebody made mention that earlier in the chat log as I was scrolling up that the channel has gotten over 2 million views now. They said congratulations on that. Thank you. Thank you. What? For me, it's completely about sharing everything that I've received from the divine with people, and I, I, I appreciate the emails and whatnot that people send and messages they leave in the chat log. Um, People have commented on my words have helped them and really done a lot of positive, and that's what it's about. It's about uplifting each other so that we can overcome our own challenges. It's not about getting somebody to come fight our battles for us. If somebody always comes and fights the battle for you, then you got to get your kiddo to be calling someone else to fight their battles. But if you are strong enough to fight your own battles and fucking win at it, you're going to pass that gift, all of those gifts. You won't pass them right on to your own in the most lovely way, your own little road rat, your own little kiddo, your own little joy and bundle, and they're going to be able to conquer their world. They're not going to have to call someone to fucking stay happy. It's always good to have a friend. Always good to have a friend to help out, hang out. But codependency is not, I repeat, codependency is not a viable solution. And here is why religion teaches you how to be codependent. Because they say, without us, you are nothing. You know what I do with codependent things? I stop fucking with them. Go on. I can carry my own. Thank you very much. So, I learned from my forefathers, the ones who actually started a revolution and created a country, a land where anybody could speak, say, practice, or work whatever faith or belief system, whatever science that they wanted to, without worried about being hung up at a fucking stake and killed in the open in front of people saying, look, this is what we do to anybody who shares truth. I look at my forefathers and they give me something to live up to. Those priests, I love you still. If you're watching, if you see this message, I love each and every one of you. Though they're not my role models anymore, I became that. Okay, that's another thing I've added to who I am. I lived it, I watched it, I was part of it. I didn't go to the school or college, or I didn't have the father to pass it on down to me, but I went to that temple every single day and I paid attention and I did my research on the Kemetic side and I saw how that and that were the same thing. I put it all together, took the formula, created my own. Okay, what's my next thing to look up to be? George motherfucking Washington. Start a whole new country. I ain't saying to destroy land or create a revolution. I ain't saying that that's what I'm going to do or that's what I want. I'm not saying that. But in the form of life, in the form of spirituality, in the form of interacting with my environment, in the form of connecting with my fellow free brother and sister. It's time to be a little bit of a forerunner. Uh, put in the extra hours. He my role model at this point, anyways. All of them, the whole group. There's a lot of shit in our past that we're not happy about as a whole. But this is the one thing I love about spirituality, about growing, about developing, is that my past is not my future. I can learn from the past. I can choose different things to do because the past, there were certain actions that were done and they were bad. They hurt. They did wrong. So I can grasp a great construct and leave out the bad aspects of it. The things that weren't any good, I can leave those out and I can apply just the positives. That's what I do. Whether it was a priest, whether it was a stranger, whether it was Catholic, whether it was Indian, regardless of shape or form, this is something I do continually do as well. Is in studying and paying attention and observing my surroundings, I'm able to see the flaws as well as the advantages. I don't want to copy flaws. I want to copy advantages. I want to copy solid, good things. This may be a past, present, future application, Lauren. Um, that's what I'm kind of picking up here. So depending on where you are in your life, on your journey, you'll be able to connect. So this first deck uh, is like a dagger. Man, it's accurate. It's accurate, but boy, it could go in any direction. This first one is the Four of Scepters, but this is using an ancient Egyptian formula, and this particular one means that the enterprise you are engaged in now will be a complete success. No extra fluff on that one. Now I could speak plenty on my own about this next card, but I do enjoy the words from the books themselves, from the author. On that complete success note, we have self-reliance. You are your own best friend and you can provide for yourself emotionally and physically. Sometimes we feel frightened and want to get reassurance from another person that everything's going to be okay. And by drawing this card, you are reassured. This one popped out. And you be reassured that everything you need is provided to you. You can rely on yourself and your own spiritual gifts to manifest all that you need in your life. Although your manifestations are the energy of spirit that often funnels through other people, it still originates with your own thoughts. This card also counsels you to filter out negativity that may sway you from listening to your own inner voice, to your heart. Don't let naysayers talk you out of fulfilling your dreams. You're as qualified and deserving of achievement as any other person. With focused intention and divinely guided action, your dreams are becoming reality currently now. This has an affirmation, and I'm going to read it. So if you want to copy it down, you can have it with you. I am tuned into my inner source of direction. I confidently rely upon this inner source to guide me perfectly. There you go. That's in the chat log. That was an affirmation mentioned on the card, or to go along with that one. And then the last one here does go back to the Rider-Waite system. And we have the Two of Scepters, which is essentially bringing decisions, planning, discovery, options, opportunity, preparation, difficult journey, international travel. Really surveilling the land, looking out, seeing where it wants to go, what are we going to do, truly being able to surveil your area, knowing that you got what it takes. You're going to conquer anything you come up against. You're going to have success. Lauren, you have done some spiritual work in your life, and you have made achievements beyond everybody around you. The negative aspects in your life are being caused by other people who are ultimately jealous and envious of what they see you experiencing. If they were to admit it, that means that they would have to admit that they couldn't achieve something they've been trying to, and they're watching you do it with ease without even knowing. They tried to do it. They couldn't have success. What am I doing? Working with the spirit. You're following your heart. And more times than not, that's served you your own ass. It was not a happy ending. But who you are and your values are more important than folding to what someone else is going to throw before you, tease you with, or anything else of the sort. So in one way or another, I almost see these three cards popping up like a quantum sequence, and they could pop up in any order, but that's kind of what happens in your life. And you can shift and move and be able to, because you have assistance. You have assistance from the other side of the veil. You have family on the other side of the veil, and they're looking after you. They're helping you, and you're following their direction, and nobody around you can understand it or connect with it. But you're seeing success, you're feeling success, but everybody's words are truly trying to get you to fail just like they did. All you got to do is just keep doing what you do. Happy tears. That's beautiful. That's good to hear. Okay. I'm not gonna, well, maybe I will later, but it's because of the Kruger, the Kruger within the name, and then somebody else said they knew somebody named Kruger, and so like I don't exactly use the name Kruger in here, but you might pick up, you'll likely pick up the reference. It's something I wrote. I'm not gonna try to sing it or be. I'm just gonna read it. A new journey do we, we're getting on this arc. A new journey do we embark. They offset. This is the new world reset. Everybody ready? Let's go, Freddy. Jason's headed to the Masons. We're squaring this in the basement. This is a divine statement. Freddy, he's a good friend of mine. You gotta be careful though. He has a sharp personality. Stop it. Yo, yeah, yeah. I was talking with somebody yesterday, or yeah, recent enough, and it was yesterday. It's pretty cool how things synchronize and come together. That's what we have the ability to do, and that's why day after day I admonish people to live one vibrational energy. Is your love. That's your joy. That's who you are. And by continuing in your love, that's literally creates an attunement of a polarity. And that old little thing you say when we were kids, I'm rubber and you're glue, whatever you say bounces off of me and goes back to you. Yeah, just like that. Because, and that's real. That's actually real. Dependent upon the polarity, we are scientifically electromagnetic entities. We have the ability to polarize our own field of energy. If we polarize it to happy, good, building, then the negative stuff doesn't stick to us. What do you mean, stick to us? You know how you bump into somebody and they're a piece of crap, and you go home and you still thinking about them, and you're going to bed and fucking thinking about them, and you're like, I don't want to think about this piece of shit. That is what I'm talking about. That is, your magnetism was already in a state of chaos. They had chaos. It stuck to you. By choosing to live one vibrational energy, your joy, your passion, your love, what you and who you are, then the world all around you will literally start to change and provide that to you. It's going to show your reflection back to you. That's what we get, is reflections of ourselves back. in our lives of experience. We need to be able to evaluate ourselves and what we're learning, what we're going through. If you decide, no, I don't want to get in a relationship and put all of this view onto one person, oh my gosh, everything's my teacher, everything's my reflection. Somebody with the same name in the chat log. My reflection just showed up. What the fuck's going on? Let me learn. Let me just learn. I can't make sense of it right now. I'm just on intake. I'm on hermit mode. We just gonna. All right, take them in. I'll take some notes because I'm gonna forget this shit. I'll pull a couple cards for you, Carter. You don't have to ask a question or say anything. I don't think you're taking off anytime soon, so within the next, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes, I got the cards right here. I'll shuffle them up like real quick. I at least need an overnight before I put the same cards back in the deck. I learned that one. I'll shuffle the cards, I'll pull the same cards back, I'll shuffle it, I'll cut it and everything. I'll pull the same cards up for your reading, so they're not in the decks. That's what I learned. Holy. That's a little thing I kind of learned as far as tarot goes. There's some systems in which you can shuffle the cards back in, and there's some systems in which they're completely like that was already used. It's like can't be reused, kind of a thing. Oh, that's great. I appreciate that, Evie. Thanks for saying that, Fish Cat. I saw that. Haha, Lauren got a double reading. Woot woot. Oh, that's great. Lauren mentioning, joking about your cousin there. That's cool. Okay, Steve Day 6961. I don't know, but I looked the first time I saw your message. You were like, I wish somebody would tell me something about myself, like that nobody knows. And when I looked at that, a name jumped in my head. And then when I was scrolling back over it just now, that same name jumped into my head. So I'm just going to say the name Jack. I don't know if that has any significance or anything. DC, he said he shuffled his deck thoroughly 3 times since the Five of Cups pull, and he just pulled the Five of Cups again and the Queen of Crystals in the tower. Dippity dog. Any relation to Snoop Dogg? I would love to I would love to have him to chat, hang out, talk about some like cool stuff. No, but I've literally I've had some comments thrown my way on a positive and relative way. Not that I'll repeat it because it wasn't my comment to make, but it's complimentary. How do I keep rewinding this feed, Steve? Steve is experiencing something real right now. High vibes to everyone. Absolutely. I love that. High vibes to everyone, and then Snoop Dogg right afterwards. Fuck yeah, bro. We'll do a little. It's okay. Like the there's there's a change of energy in the air, and it's interesting because okay, so I learned the mantras. I learned the solution that can like freaking take care of anything. Literally, literally. I've miracles out the wazoo, and there was something I saw. Oh, okay, that's where I was. And so I learned the mantras. I learned all of that. I put it into a category of format in which it had structure. So essentially, like, think of a book, right? And now we're going to have different chapters in that book, correct? And then the different chapters are going to help us relate, that portion and that portion, like a movie. You got your action, your comedy, this, that, whatever. So on the mantra side, I categorized them into like protection and planetary or celestial, and then I connected with uh, like defending, protection, like bringing in the defenders, like um, Krishna and I said his name earlier. Come on. But anyways, with others, bringing in protection all the way around, and then essentially it's whole symphonic reality. And so I had developed that, and I was speaking it, and it worked for me. And then it started working for others. When I went viral online, when that happened, when I could start going live, and I started going over the mantras immediately because that was the whole reason why I wanted to go live, because the videos were cut short. I could only make videos so long to be on TikTok or whatever the case. So I was limited in being able to share those mantras, those that formula of miracle making goodness. um, I developed it on TikTok. I spread it to Instagram. I built that audience, and then through this series of events, I was like, we're moving to fucking YouTube. If you want to keep watching us, we're on YouTube. You want to join us? We're on YouTube. And when that happened, I had been going over the mantras every morning. I've been going over that blessing like I read this morning. And it stayed on that path. I noticed some real things. I noticed I experienced the shifts myself. And I took practically a month off and didn't. I did one live, and that was during the new moon, halfway through the month. and I might have put up a couple of shorts that day, but that was it. That was it. I didn't do anything else for a whole month. Like, and that was needed in order to not get lost in the wrong direction. And then when I came back online, it was more just connection. Just sometimes we read in a book, most days we just going with whatever is going to flow with comments we're picking up on, cards we're doing. Carter, I'm shuffling cards for you right now. Mention your name, the card just dropped out of my hand. And so as we've been hanging out for a while, we've been more like on the friend tunage, more of, just seeing me every day, chatting with you every day. And that's just presence, just simply presence. That's where you're going to see truth, reality, all that stuff. And just being myself. And it was like this time around, it was like the ceremony had more pure hearts. Like it was a better center. It was a better, I don't want to say experience, but like it was more goodness happened. I could notice. All right. The first card we got here is the Four of Pentacles. This is according to an old Egyptian deck, not the modern Rider White style. This one's for Carter. This arcane means amassing a fortune which will be kept to the end of life. The next card is Follow Your Dreams. I'm gonna read it because, like I said, I love. Anyways. Meditate on your heart's desire. Rearrange your schedule so that you won't spend time in ways that are truly. Rearrange your schedule so that you're spending time in ways that are truly meaningful to you. Sometimes it's difficult to know what you truly desire. You have so many outside influences as well as personal fears tugging at you, demanding, pay attention to me. You wait for a free moment that you could devote to your dreams, goals, and aspirations. Yet that moment never, ever seems to arrive. The fairies ask you to take charge of your schedule. First, they ask you to meditate on your heart's desire. Make a list of 5 priorities in your life. Then write down a schedule in ink so that you'll spend the necessary time engaged in these activities. It's not important what you specifically do during these times. What's most important is that you invest time and energy in that which makes you happy and fulfilled. Live one vibrational energy. That's got a little baby step in the working in that direction there. And it has a little affirmation here. I'm going to go ahead and do this one so that you could write it down if you like. I deserve the best. I take charge of my schedule and my life. And that one's choking me up. And then we've got one more here. Okay. Now, I want you to pay attention to these other two things. Follow your dreams. You'll amass a fortune that lasts to the end. Now, where you are, or what you might need to work through, because it might be those around you who are causing this type of state of being to be. Repetitive tasks, misdirected activity, careless, laziness, apathy, hobby, ill repute, disappointment in work. I'm going to stick on laziness. I'm just going to stab laziness on that one. What we read on following your dreams is the remedy if any of these qualities have been present. Make that list of 5 things and devote some time to those. Because if you can flip this card upside down, make it correct ways up, we got the 8 of Scarabs, you will gain mastery through hard work, apprenticeship, trade, self-employment, reputation, expertise, craftsmanship, job satisfaction. So right now that card's flipped upside down, but that can be corrected rather easily. And again, those qualities may not be your state of being. They could be the energy that people are sending towards you that's causing you to not take those extra steps to really follow your dreams, follow your heart. So be aware of that. And that was for you, Carter. I saw some other people asked for readings, and I'll say I'll throw down some readings tomorrow. Um, I kind of wasn't planning on doing too many, but I did notice one earlier and then another one, that's sure. Um, but I'll definitely plan to do some readings tomorrow, so I have that kind of energy about myself or whatnot, and you know, good flowing on that way. Um, we'll be live. We're not done yet, but we'll be live at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or -4 GMT. Um, and we're live for 5 hours straight every single day, back to back. Uh, I'm I'm scrolling up on comments if it was something I didn't see. DC, you said that you feel compelled to say that there is a mask that needs to be removed. Uh, I wouldn't perceive I've got a mask that needs to be removed, but uh, any more directive cite to that that I may speak upon, or you care to expound upon, I'll be happy to read. Okay, you know what? This is actually a good one. Um, we'll do readings tomorrow. We'll do readings tomorrow. I see people want some readings, and um, I'll be ready for that. And I don't charge for readings, but I do have my GoFundMe connected. If you click my picture or go to my main YouTube page, it has the GoFundMe link. Click that, and if you'd like to donate, it'd be much appreciated. Um, and whatever is cool, and if not, yeah, that's cool too. It's doing the readings is it's something that the divines are. I'm a good I'm a good reception. I'm good at that. Just the record and everything, and so that's I I've never denied doing a reading because somebody didn't have money. That doesn't, I don't get that. I don't get that. I don't, I don't. If you can heal somebody and it's not going to cost you a damn thing for you to not heal somebody that is hurt, that's your fault. Divine law says you're fucked. To restrict your ability to heal somebody because they didn't dress the way you dressed or had some fucking piece of paper money or whatever the case, like, come on, man. There's no heart in that. There's no soul in that person. I don't give a fuck. But let's touch on another aspect, which would be right on this topic I'm kind of bringing up here, or getting into vampires. Somebody said, would you do a reading for vampires? I don't need to do that. I don't need to do a tarot reading. I don't need to do an oracle reading for vampires. We all consume energy. The people who we term vampires do not have their root chakra. Your root chakra is at your pelvis. That is the heat. That is the driving essence of the flow of life within you that goes up and down your chakra systems, your energy systems, fluctuations, science. All of this stuff is in it. It's all proven, scientific. It's not wish-wash thinking. It's real. It's real. And tomorrow at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to go over a blessing. This blessing literally activates your chakras, all of them. If you close your eyes and you're sitting there just quiet, close your eyes, you know, whatever sounds going on in the background going on. But if you really tune in that form, it will literally align your chakra. It will literally pull your chakras into alignment. Because what happens is the energy center should be straight up and down. Well, we go through events in life which will pull that energy point over here, and that chakra energy center will be pulled over here. So what happens with the energy, even if it's on, is it travels up, and then it has to go all the way over because this energy point's over here. It's not in the center. So life is going smooth, but as soon as it goes around the edge, it goes through that effect, and that's when life gets fucked up. And it takes that next shift, and the other energy points all the way over here. So it has to travel, and life is smooth. Then it goes, and every single time it does that, it fucks us up. We go through life and have problems, irritations, car accident, whatever bad thing happens. It's because our energy literally was way off and affected something negatively because it was off. So by attuning with these ancient words of power from languages all around the world, I wind up utilizing, it literally brings your chakras into center. It activates into alignment. It activates them, and so now the energy literally comes up and flows. And it's two energies going twining. It's not just one, but anyways. And so the energy can flow up and down without any crazy whoosh, and that's what allows you to have stability, which brings in peace. In a state of peace, you could think of anything, you could do anything, you could take on anything, but without any peace, you're stuck under the onslaught of constant attack, constant hurt, and you can't have any calm space to create a new solution. So a lot of what I do is literally like with that flint, sparking that flint and getting people's chakras lit up, turned on, so that they're not feeding off of somebody else's energy, they're now creating their own. That's the true cure. Once a vampire, we all eat energy. We can eat bad energy, we could eat good energy, we could eat any energy. Our bodies literally, that's what vitamin D is. You go out into the sun and there's stuff in the sunlight and it comes and it gets under the skin and the skin goes, ooh, vitamin D, yummy. Our skin fucking eats nutrients. Motherfucker. What? This shit happens. Look it up on whatever. It's that's your power. Legitimate power. And helping each one turn on their own source of power will essentially eliminate vampires worldwide to where we'll be sucking up good energy, making our own happy, joyous energy. Though this is a big point of any healer or spiritual light worker, anybody who can expound their positive energy into the world, because you are a beacon, you are a stable lighthouse, able to provide that resonance, that shine. Because what's going to happen, a moth is going to go towards that light, and they're going to get some of that flint's going to come off, some of that sun, some of that excess flare can light up somebody else's chakra. And now, one after the other, the whole world's waking up. It's a wave. Everybody's doing the wave, but it's energy that's waking up within people. And when we stop feeding off of each other energetically, because we're all providing such excellent, wonderful, we're going to start healing each other because we're not hurting each other. Right now, on a constant basis, worldwide, we're hurting and healing. We're hurting and protecting, and we got this this wish-wash going back and forth. But through our own goodness of our own resonance of energy in the world, we can produce it to where it's just positive energy, to where we don't have anything to fight. What am I going to do with all this extra energy? I'm going to heal. I'm going to empower. I'm going to grow. I'm going to create a better environment for me, for those around me. So I'm going to do good with all that. And that's where we're headed. That's where our future is. That's the idea to have in mind of what we are creating. No more with this doom and gloom of the future. No more with these elites controlling things in 20 years. No more of bad ideas creating good solutions. No more good intention, positive energy right here, right now, resonating on the world, all the way around. Each of us popping up, lighting up this channel. We're not one. There's so many groups out there. They've got their own places. There's temples in India. They nobody shows up, but them priests are doing the ceremonies every single day. They are sending the energy into the world. We are worldwide. There are shamans and magical people in this world, men and women alike, that are sending and drumming positive energy into Gaia and into every single human, if they be yet energetically stable and ready to receive that positive flow of energy. And that's literally how we change it. We create a new rhythm. We become the new drum beat of the world. We become the heartbeat of the world. We become the heart of the world. And the heart will steer the body wherever it wants it to go. Don't you know? Super welcomes, and thank you everybody for contributing to a happy space, positive energy, and all that good stuff. I'm glad you feel that way, DC. I know that's not how you felt yesterday or the days before. I mean, your words yesterday, I don't know, something, us chatting or whatever the case, but I could feel that. Not feel it. That would be the, oh, yesterday I actually did make compliment of feeling presence. I felt it at the bottom of my foot. What wonderful experiences. There's magic in the air, I tell you, and it's free. You don't have to pay anybody. Just reach out to a tree. It'll help you. I gotta get some yarn. That's what I need. I need a few balls of yarn. I've been not doing some things I've been wanting to do because my yarn is a very small supply. Gotcha. I don't. I'll show you. The copper wire that I have needs to be undone. It's not a fresh spool or nothing. um, the copper wire on my staff, though. I don't. That's where that's at. I need more copper wire. I need. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if we could just, I'm just gonna just play a little pretend talk here. But like, I could dream up of a place where it has like the main center place, like there's eating, kitchen, stuff like that available. But then there's like a bunch of tools and crafts, copper wire, yarn, crystals, stones, all the sorts. It's not there to buy it. It's not a shop, it's not a store to buy anything. It's a community. And we each have our small homes on the outside of this big center place. And so it's almost like a gear or something, I don't know. But like each one has a little walkway, so it's covered just in case it's raining or something. You have your own place, not connected to you got your own place, do your own thing. But if you feel like coming out, if you feel like eating, if you want to cook, whatever food's there. But the idea would be, the crafts and stuff. And I had this dream a long time ago, and I was like, dude, there's different people who are freaking artists and experts with what they have, and it would be so cool to have like a little community, and like everybody has their own technical business. It's their own business, it's free, it's not connected to anything else, it's their own website, all that stuff, right? And they have a particular product that they can pump out. And so, like we put this family stamp on it per se, and boom, it goes out into that particular, market. It could go to Renaissance fairs, it could go to these fairs, all sorts of things. We're the creators, we're the makers, and so we can make plenty of things by hand, and then boom, have product to sell and create a multifaceted business. Um, Because ultimately, with a family of businesses, not just one, but with many businesses, you can actually cause influence in politics. You can actually change things in the world for the better in positive ways. People use it for bad ways. There's ways to do it positively to create positive shifts. And one thing that I consistently love to do is come into a market that I haven't been in before, offer a wonderful fucking product at a great fucking price, sell like bukus, and I wind up forcing everybody else in that market, everybody else making a dollar in that, they gotta copy my formula. That's the only way that they continue making money is they copy my formula. My formula winds up benefiting people. It's a divine formula. It's not mine, it's a divine formula, and it benefits people all the way to people in the home and the person who's working for you. It's all the way around. It uplifts everything, it changes everything. Greater production, better cost efficiency, great product. If we change the way they operate by creating a compatible and by being an actual competition in a market, life changes for the everyday person, for the mass amount of people working at that big corporation or whatever it was that changed to order in order to update. I've done this. I've had this effect in different places. So the construct is that I don't come in to hurt, but I come in to outperform, to outshine. And then I don't want a fucking crown. I don't want a fucking badge. I don't want to live there. They change your shit and start doing things better. Nice. I'm out. I deed done. Change some systems of operation. That's not easy work. But it's fun. You stop playing their game because you are either forced to play their game or you just let divine law and order reign. And divine law and order, if they get to step up for you in your corner, it's kind of like, oh man, I can't remember, but you'd have like two key men, they come up and they'd be like, we're gonna fight a war, and they're like, well, I'm gonna pick my best fighter. And then the other king's like, well, I'll pick my best fighter, rather than the kings fight themselves order and slower and stuff. So they pick their best, youngest fighter to come out and fight for them, right? In this world, you just gotta call on the divine, and they're gonna come fight for you. And then you just get to walk around, woo, 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 have a good old time, and people are like, why is he so happy? The world's burning. And you're like, feels pretty cool to me. Anybody got a jacket? I'm kind of chilly. I'm just kidding. When your chakras get lit up, when that's actually active, and stays active, the body doesn't get too cool. I mean, like, that's what I've noticed. I like being up north better because it's cooler, and my body temperature is hot. I'm not saying I'm hot. I'm saying my body temperature is hot. Just naturally. I still like my coffee. And just in case you're not aware, I drink hot coffee before noon, and then afternoon I have a gallon of chilled iced coffee. Because what I do, because like you make the coffee, and then it don't, like you could get more coffee out of it if you put water in that pot again. Okay, so I run it through a second time. You're like, oh, but it tastes like crap. I let it cool down, and then I put it in the container in the fridge, and it tastes pretty darn good cold iced coffee like that. Yeah. So I have hot coffee before noon, iced coffee afternoon. Generally speaking, I guess I'm getting into that flow of things. That's too much coffee, I hear somebody saying. Oh, yeah, Jay Brewer. Yeah, that's pretty solid right there. I'd say about so. I've been with one group of people, and let's just say all their stuff was seasoned with a bunch of spices, and you'd be like, "Is that too hot for you?" I'm like, "Nah, it's actually pretty good." They're like, "Whoa," and but the reason why they do that throughout their life is to keep their chakras like heated up, like keep the body temperature up so those chakras can be active. So, I got my own little solution. Sometimes I put some like paprika in my coffee or something to spice it up. Anyways, so differently created, like you're over in Australia, and there's been a few different people in Australia that wind up gravitating over to the channel. There's a massive aspect with Australia a connection I've got here. And I haven't looked up anything online, and I guess I should. But it would be really great to get some I don't know if I don't. Are there any old Australian manuscripts or any tribal blessings that go back 1,000 years or so? I would imagine yes, but I would imagine it'd be more needed to connect with a person than a document found online. And you can find a bunch of stuff online. Anyways, I'm throwing that one out there to you, DC. If you wind up coming up on anything on that regard of things, ancient words of power, old ceremonies, and you can shoot it to me in email, bro. Shoot it to me. I'll add that into the repertoire of what I got. Cause I have felt a connection with Australia for a while. I had a friend when I started when all this started going the way it's going with the online stuff, um, and they went on a journey around not around the world, but they went on a journey to various countries, and they went through Australia. It was like whoa, like it was really cool, like to see his video and and he's there talking and he had his own kind of a spiritual moment there and definitely some energies, yeah, ancestors vibe I'm picking up from there. I need to, yep, got that track. Cool. Your dream time. Yes, bro. Okay, cool, DC, thank you. I say it all the time. I'm like, dreams are memories. They're not dreams, they're memories. Dreams, yeah, bro, for real. Wish you, yep. Oh, cool. Cambodia, what's up? What's up over in Cambodia? Ricky Raylan, that's cool. What's up, James? Whoa, Jay Breward, 4035 of the Aboriginals of Australia all talk about being seated by paladins. That's an interesting connection. That's interesting. There was this one documentary I was watching. I don't know if it was Australia or Africa or another part of the world. I don't remember. But there was this tribe they were filming and they were showing their ceremonial dance, and there was this older individual, had to be in his 70s 80s. He was up there for sure. I mean, tribal guy. And they you do this dance. I forget the correct word or verbiage. They got it all different for everybody everywhere, but it's this dance and it gets you into the trance. You get into a trance. The dance connects you with the ancestors. I've had it. I experienced it, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. And he was an older man, and I'm watching it, and he'd been trying to get to this trance state through his whole life, and in the documentary that they were doing, he actually achieved it. He actually achieved the trance state. I couldn't help but I couldn't help but be like, yo, I saw that. So like I traveled into the past or something. My soul did something. Was like, boom, give it to him. Whatever that moment was for him in the past, like boom, send that shit through. Make sure he has that right in that moment for him. That's what it felt like. Um, but seated by those paladins, there's my mother. was my protector. She was my defender. All right. If my mother was alive, I wouldn't be who I am. There would be no need for me to be who I am. I could just play video games and go to work and love my mom, and that's that. And but she protected me. She defended me. She fought against people that would have done me wrong. She kept me safe. She saved my ass when I ran from her safety. Literally. Literally saved me from getting my ass beaten, my physical body being beaten and crushed. She saved me. And when she passed away, my whole life fell apart. My daughters, my wife, my family, my everything, friends, all of it gone instantly, darn near within 6 months. And that was because my defender was gone, my protector was gone. I was not born. I didn't. I wasn't taught how to be the defender. But after my mother's passing, she has opened up channels and sent experiences my way so that I've been able to embody that defender, that protector. Not so much physically, but on a magical level that acts before the physical ever happens. If we can change the event into never happening rather than having confrontation, well, let's just avoid the event altogether. I say I'll go with magic every day. And mentioned being seated by the paladins. I hear paladin and I think protector, defender. Somebody's going to take the fucking hits and they're going to let whoever else needs to get to safety regroup or do whatever they need. Shit. I don't know how to do anything else at this point in my life. Pleiadians. I'm connected to a lot of species, to a lot of ETs. I'm very aware of where my soul comes from, of where it originated, and I know that what I am is in this embodiment is not just from one ET grouping. I'm human. I was born out of a human womb and all that shit. But I'm not, I can't claim homage to one grouping. They're all family. They're all family. All of it. Life is life. I fight for life. I defend life. I strive for life, deliver life, create life. Before I would say, oh, I'll die for you, I gotta have a cause that I'll die for. I changed my thinking. I changed how I viewed it. I will live for you. I will live for that. I'm not eager to run to my death, but I am eager to live. And if that means coming up against an unknown future, and I become stable in rapid change, and our environment rapidly changes, and I'm able to maintain my cognizance to keep walking forward while other people are losing their shit, losing their marbles all over, looking for all their marbles. Not gonna be the wrong day to lose your marbles. And that day doesn't have to come, it's already here. That's why a lot of people who have had a negative a vibe have had an edge, have had an advantage in life. But for a lot of people, we are witnessing on a very real scale, on a real day-to-day basis worldwide, that those people are losing their advantage. They're losing all the favors they had on their pocket, all those people they had under their thumb with these little secrets and, oh, I know this about you. It ain't working for them anymore. Those things they're losing their effect. They're losing their ability to keep and maintain their control, which means nature is going to take over. Divine Father and Divine Mother, that which is in the heavens, our ET brothers and family, and that which is under our feet, this living world. Yo, that's a fact, Jay Brewer. The veil is absolutely coming undone. Yo. Uh, I'm gonna read this. I wrote this a while ago. Let's see here. Oh, so true. It's true. All right. All right. I'm gonna read it. I'm not gonna try to sing it. So blessed and auspicious, 'tis might be malicious. Nope, I ain't trying, and I'm just living. Wow, I'm now thriving. I'm done working for them bucks. I'm left saying, "Aw, shucks," and now I got the hiccups. I see many holding a fire, burning memory and desire. Those suffering dire, wed to their ire. I am forever free of this liar. No more second chance, truth I announce, like Dr. Seuss away from Zeus do bounce. Stop taking that strange man's pill, they be suffering still. Our forefathers united, of that false hero we have cited. Under them bases, secret hidden spaces, kings bought with prices, frauding false princes. Got a little something there. Much love, many blessings. I appreciate you for hanging around today, and we'll be back 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Um, Write it down real fast because I'm gonna jump off here. But there's my email in the chat log 321. There we go. And so hit me up if you have any other comments or anything that you wanted to share. I didn't respond. We'll do tomorrow. We're gonna have a blessing in the morning. It's gonna last for like an hour plus, and then we'll do our jam thing. What we do, how we do, and we'll do tarot reading tomorrow. So if you're wanting some tarot cards pulled or read or anything of that sort, I do it on a donation basis. And if you can, awesome. If you can't, no worries. I got my GoFundMe link to my YouTube channel. Other than that, I just pull cards. I make a list of names and continue in the order and just pull cards for people and do that jam. And so we'll do that for a good portion tomorrow. Much love, many blessings. I hope you have a wonderful day, a good moon day, and Donna De Goai. Till we see you next time.